Hi, everybody.
All
Welcome
right.
to the Black Dragon Tavern. I'm your host, Dante,
I'm your host, Deacon.
and we're glad you could tune in tonight. Here we are on episode 5, I think it is, of Dante's game. Welcome, Sarah. Welcome, Gryphon. Thanks for being here, and we're glad to have you back this week, Gryphon. We missed you last week. We
Yeah.
had to fill in, and
Last session.
well, yeah, last session. Sorry, it's like to me, the
Yeah.
game always runs in my head, so it's like, but yeah, we missed you last session, and we had to run your character NPC style, and it got a little banged up, but a little more
Yeah, I
experience.
He's
heard.
alive.
You lived, you pulled through it. A little more experience there for your character, so a little worse for the wear, but you're good overall. No permanent disfiguration or dings or anything like that. So where we left off, if you're tuning in for the first time here on Black Dragon Tavern, is we run Dante's game every other week, and it's a fantasy homebrew RPG that I've been running this adventure world for going on 42 years now this year, and super excited to bring a new generation of players into the game. The rules is a combination of like old school D&D, Warhammer Fantasy roleplay, an old system called the Arcanum, a system called Chivalry and Sorcery, and a whole bunch of other good stuff in there sprinkled in for good seasoning, and then refined over a period of 20 or 30 years for the homebrew rules themselves. But last session, the adventuring party had just discovered this hidden chamber, and they're not quite sure what's going on in here. Thorin cracked open the door, took a peek in, and saw some things that he wasn't really enthusiastic about, shall we say. So you've got the drop so far on these goings on inside of this great hall, and from what you can see, it appears to be some sort of ritual or ceremony happening in here. You do hear the sound of some very low tone chanting going on inside, in a language that you don't quite understand. So, with that, I'll turn it over to the party. What do you do?
Um. So you said I have the door like slightly open. Is there any way that I could just like squeeze into the room without being detected?
You could try. You could give me a stealth roll.
All right.
Else go.
Why not?
I'm going to zoom
Let me
in
see
here a
if
little
this
bit.
pops up
No.
here. That should make it.
Okay. So you're moving half speed now. So rather than like your normal, as a dwarf, you move, 15 feet around?
Or
I actually have to find that on my sheet.
I don't know if I have movement on there, but I think normal movement is 20 feet around for humans, 30 feet for elves because they're a little more sprightly and fast, and dwarves move half speed. So 10 feet per round.
I like
So
when you said 15 earlier.
I can look it up for you real quick here and reference it. It's not something that comes up super often, so this will be interesting. Let me see. What's your plan? You're going to sneak in? So from where you're at, your vantage point, everything you see on the map is what you would be able to see from your field of vision. So to the
What's
left
up
of the
with
door...
these? I was gonna say, what's up with those shadows there? Is that like, is that just because of the pillars being weird in Roll20, or is there something actually there blocking my vision?
It's a combination of the dynamic lighting in Roll20 and a combination of what your field of vision can see. So like the
Okay.
braziers give off a radius of light. The torch sconces and things that are lit up around the room give off their own light, and I did have dynamic lighting turned on for the pillars, blocking all the light, and I decided not to do that because it got really weird the way the light and the shadows were working out. Okay, hang on one second. I need to pull up. the statistics for dwarf. In the meantime, Cal and Hassan, what are you doing?
Are we even through the? Well, I mean, we are through the wall, but like,
we see now that Thorin's moved through, can we see what is in the room?
One of the doors is open. The door that would be in front of Cal is open because he only opened. I don't think he swung both of them open. He only opened up the one on the left-hand side. So if you're standing in front of that doorway, in front of that, you would be able to see through.
Okay.
I'm still trying to find this, Deacon. Give me just a moment here. It's not in this reference I'm looking for. I'm sorry, this is taking me longer than it should.
Okay.
Here we are. I knew I had a chart here. Okay, so normal round, humans 20 feet, elves 30 feet, dwarves 15 feet. So you would be moving about 7 feet per turn or per round, Deacon, because if you're using stealth, it's half speed.
Okay.
So you're trying not to make any noise.
Mm-hmm. How's the stream looking?
It looks like it's buffering. It looks like we're getting some frame rate drop.
Yeah, I was gonna say I just got a network error on Twitch.
It looks like it's back up now, but
Ooh,
and it's
low
holding
quality.
steady.
Here, look in our game planning chat. It's pretty low quality on my end.
Well, I don't want to. If I do that, it's going to screw the stream up. If I jump over to that part of Discord,
True.
it'll freeze the cameras and then it'll pull it up in the camera windows. So let's just keep moving along. I'm sure it'll work itself out. It's fine. OBS says we're getting 4,675 frames. No, 60 FPS, 4678 kbs. So it seems to be holding up okay. Let's. I'm not going to worry about it right now. All right. So, what do then? You move into the room. There's a guard, it looks like, around the corner to your right and a guard around to your left. And then you see two more in front of you, approximately 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet away to the left and 25 feet away to the right. Hey, Capricious. Good to see you.
Going.
Just trying to get things off the ground here. Hope your evening went well.
Sana's gonna peer around Thorin into the room and seeing what he sees in there. I'm just gonna make gonna make a theology check to see if I can tell what all is going on in here.
Okay. Give us a roll for theology or against theology. 65. Did you make it? What's your base?
Intelligence. It says it's intelligence. So wait, would that not be a percentile roll then? Or what would...
It should be...
Because my character sheet just says intelligence under save. It doesn't give a percent.
Let's see. It sounds like a stat that got changed. Thorin, you have theology, right, under your character sheet?
Mm-hmm.
What does it say? Is it an intelligence save
It's
or
an
is it?
intelligence save.
And then can you look at your macro in your character and tell me how that's set up?
It's not actually on my macro.
Oh, you don't have that. Okay. All right.
No, I have it under my skills, but it's not set up as a button that I can press.
Okay. Gryphon, give me just 1 minute. What I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust that for you. It's just a
Okay.
quick change in the macro here. Theology. So instead of a D100, we want a D20. So this is going to be a straight D20, and then you're going to add any... what is your... Let's see. Okay, you have no bonuses to your intelligence because it's 14, so it's going to be a straight D20 roll.
Okay.
And if you click off of your character and then click back on your character, it should roll the D20 for you.
There we go.
All right. Made it with numbers to spare. So you hear the chanting, you hear some of the words that they're saying, and you recognize, "Hi, Grumpy Potatoes. Thanks for joining."
Hey, how's it going?
Just got things going here a little bit, and hopefully everything's looking good and sounding good on the stream. And just getting into this, the adventuring party has just discovered this cult inside of this abandoned tower here. So we're going to dive right back into this. So Hassan, so you're using your theology background, you hear some of the words that they're chanting, and you recognize it as a more contemporary dialect of an old religious language that was used long ago by this cult that had been driven out during the Great Purge. So
Interesting.
it's almost like you get the feeling as you're listening to this, like these are either the what's the word I'm thinking of, the vestiges of, or the rebirth of this cult that once lived a while ago, that believed in, like, basically they were aligned with the forces of darkness, so the minions of evil and whatnot. Can't really, from your vantage point, you can't really see the runes or anything inside of what's going on deeper in the hall, but based on what you can tell by the chants and the words they're using, that's what it sounds like to you.
Right. Okay.
Right, Cal.
Is Thorin still like right in front of me there?
Yes.
Or-
Yeah, I'm assuming he's holding until and then Cal, are
Okay.
you taking any action?
I don't think I am right now.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna see. I need to make a roll here. Okay, as far as you know, they're not aware of your presence. You hear the chanting continuing. Nobody's turned around, and pointed at the door or rushed to the door or anything. So,
Right. I'm gonna
you got
lean
the drop
forward
on
and
them.
whisper to Thorin that I recognize fragments of the language they're speaking. This is an ancient... I believe these are the descendants of an ancient cult of the fourth cult. They... very bad business. Dark forces. A lot worse going on here than we expected, it seems.
An old cult, huh?
Very
Specialize in getting rid of those.
old.
Yeah,
We need
here,
all your
I'm
skill
gonna send you a message, Gryphon. Okay, did you get that?
Yeah. Thorin, are you familiar with the Keepers of the Eternal Flame?
Out of game question, would I be familiar with them? Because we have come across so many cults, I cannot remember if I remember them.
Well, in game, like you should remember it because it was just brought up recently in one of your exchanges with Louis Pine, relaying the story to you about the monks from San Mateo, who talked about, you know, they were one of the, and also not just Louis, but shoot, what was his name? Three-Fingered Tom back at the Saucy Jack in Arcadia. Okay. You know, he was telling you a story of the Great Purges and like how some of this, you know, they took it on themselves to become, you know, the protectors of the world and the, you know, religion and all that, but they got a little overzealous in doing so, which is what drove them to be basically prosecuted, not persecuted, because they were carrying out their persecutions a little too thoroughly, you know, like every suspected
like
cult.
Style.
Yeah. Anybody who, it's like if you weren't with them, you were against them, basically. You know, so I can go back through that history if you want, but that's basically, you know, they were pretty bad. Some of their members were imprisoned, some were tried for crimes against humanity. Is this ringing a bell now again? Okay.
Yeah.
And that would go for Cal and Hassan too. I believe you may have been part of at least one of those conversations. If not
I don't
with
think I was.
If not with Three-Fingered Tom, because that happened back in the capital city, then with Lewis, because he was also mentioning some of this stuff about, you know, when they came to see.
They were in the campaign
okay, that's
at that
right.
point.
That's right.
I was kind of.
Yep, that's right. I forgot about the timing of that. Yep, you were just after that session, just after that. Okay, so what do? You're here on the threshold, literally on the threshold of this great temple. Well, not temple so much as it looks like it was a king's hall, perhaps. And there is currently some sort of cult-like ceremony going on here. You don't believe it's a wedding, so... and you, unfortunately, don't have an invitation. But you do have the drop on the goings-on. So I need to know, because in about 3 seconds, I'm going to start dropping initiative here. So,
Alright,
Thorin.
well, these two guards here on the side, are they, like, right up against the wall, or is there enough room to kind of, like, sneak up behind them without being noticed?
Well, I mean, it's a 5 foot square. You probably, being a dwarf, have enough room to sneak up behind them. You know, if you were going to try to like take one out with a backstab or something, yeah, I'd give you that.
Okay, I am going to attempt to do that.
Okay, so give me a stealth roll. Okay.
That passed.
All right. So which one are you going for? The one on your right, the one on your left?
I'll go for the one on this side because I'm close to it.
Hold your Alt key while you move your token, and you should be able to move it right behind that figure. And I'm gonna give
Okay,
you.
I'm gonna kind of put myself on top of him because last time I tried this, I ended up in the wall, and we had to entirely like reset the map to get me out.
I do remember
So,
that. I do remember that.
Was, I'm not too keen on getting like stuck in a.
You were taking your
like,
dwarven love of stone
yeah.
a little too seriously there. I'm really into this wall. Okay, bad GM
did
joke.
roll.
Bad GM. Okay, so I'm gonna give you a plus. I'm gonna give you a plus 5%. No, I'll give you a plus 10%.
Okay.
To hit because you're able to successfully get behind him. He has no clue what's going on.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
What does inspiration in this game do?
Inspiration is it can be a +1 on a d20 roll, or it can be a plus 5% on a percentage roll. It's basically it
So if
inspires
I were
you.
to
It gives you a little bit of a buff.
gift a player inspiration, perhaps.
Deacon, come on, that's cheesing it. If you used your out of stream account on Twitch to gift yourself a buff, really?
This is what we have the points for.
Are
It's
you
for
hearing this?
spending.
You hearing this, Capricious?
We've got channel points for a reason.
Oh yeah, but like
it's for a reason. It's for the viewers to do stuff, not for you to be able to choose the game.
it is cheesing it. I have to draw the line somewhere. I'm a pretty lenient kind of a guy, but like,
Well,
this is
that
really-
hit. What armor class is he? Because that would
That's
not
good.
crit, but
That's a
that
good
will
question.
hit.
They are in AC3. No,
Yeah,
they're in
that
AC4. These are the
4.
heavies. They're in 4. Yep.
Okay, well that still hits.
Okay.
But it
So,
doesn't crit.
were you going for a backstab specifically?
Mhm.
You have that skill?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't. But I was thinking, since I'm behind him, it would still be a backstab because that's where your back is.
Okay. Okay, we're in this. I'm not gonna be the dickish GM, and we're in this. I thought you had that as a skill.
No.
Because there is a skill, and the way that the back...
I can still just sneak up and get the drop on them, right?
That's true. But the way that the backstab skill is, you roll to hit, and then you roll for backstab, and if you do it, it does double damage. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it to you.
You've started playing Elden Ring, so this should be fine.
I get it.
You should know how this works.
I get the Elden Ring reference, and I'm sure by this point IU probably does too, because Reki's playing that. And apparently is lost to the world in Elden Ring. So, okay, give me a damage roll.
It already rolled there. It's 15 for the it's 15 just for the to hit roll.
Okay.
Because you built that into the to hit for my weapon, and I don't do that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking over at the other screen instead of looking at the one that's got the data. I'm sorry. Okay, so effectively, what you do is you sneak up behind this cult. He's a heavy too. He's in armor and he's got a sword.
Oh, for sure. Sure. Yeah.
And you walk up and you like bring your sword across his throat and slash him. So. That's gonna do, and that wasn't a crit, right? Based on your matrix?
No, that was not. That's just a normal hit.
All right, so he's bloodied. He's gonna take. Oh, you down him? Okay. Wait, I put the wrong thing in there. Okay, so he crumples, under. You take him out in one fell swoop, basically.
I would hope that cutting somebody's neck open would do that.
Yeah.
Does his friend hear his other friend's lifeless corpse hitting the floor?
Okay, so here's what I need from everybody. I need everybody to make an initiative roll. Because as you do that, as he slits his throat and his body crumbles down, like you being a dwarf and him being much taller than you, it kind of falls forward. And as it smacks and hits the ground, this guy over here notices and immediately leaps and unsheathes his sword. So let me get the turn order going here, and then I need everybody to roll initiative. And then he yells out, "Intruders!"
Let's go.
I should just, well, I guess not. Maybe. I was going to say I should just do like one initiative. But, alright, we got everybody covered, and then I need to
Refresh
do
my
these
memory.
in
Does
descending.
initiative start high or low in this game?
The higher you roll, the better.
Alright. Cool.
So Gryphon rolled a
Love it.
1. Oh my
I
goodness.
rolled a nat 1, baby.
You know, Hassan's
Okay.
not much of a fighter,
Fine.
anyways.
But that's okay. You all are still. He's still behind the door, and Cal's still in the doorway. This left door here is open, by the way. Okay. So the first one to
just gonna
respond
go
is going to be
right
Keeper Knox. So he's got 5, 10, 15. He's going to rush.
Keeper
You can-
not.
Can you see the labels on the...
No.
You can't see any of the labels on the NPCs?
No,
Not
that's
at all.
DM only, I think.
They shouldn't be. They should be showing up on... Well, they're showing up on screen. On stream,
I
too.
don't see anything.
Yeah, they're showing up on the
Okay.
stream.
They're showing up on the stream. My stream settings are not good enough to actually read anything. It's all really low
Okay.
quality for me.
It is showing up on the stream. I can actually see it and it says it, but it does not show up on Roll20.
Yeah, I was
Oh.
gonna say, there's nothing in Roll20.
Oh, that's weird,
there-
because like in the player cam view over here on my other screen, I can see the labels as a player. The invisible player that happened there.
I see
Okay.
what you mean about liking using the letter X in names.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a conversation Deacon and I were having earlier. Okay, either way, I've got them labeled so I can keep track of who's getting attacked and who's been hit and so on and so forth. It's probably not as important for you to see those names, but you know, as long as you're like sticking with one, or you tell me where you're moving and who you're attacking, and you know, that way I can still keep track of it. Okay.
Yeah.
So you get rushed by one of the guards, and he's got a broadsword, and let me see. He's going to take a swing at you, Thorn.
All right.
So
Let him
wanna
try.
Roll D100, and that's going to be a big miss. Given your stature as a dwarf, he probably swung too high and like went right over your head into the stone wall
I'm
behind
only
you.
a couple inches shorter than I am in real life.
Well, these guys are like 6 feet
I'm not-
something.
Okay.
That's still short.
Okay,
So-
look, if Thorin is 5'2", and I'm taller than you, that means that my character is about the same height as you. So
No, Deke, I'm taller than you.
no, I'm sorry. I just realized when I point at my camera, it's kind of hard to tell who I'm pointing at. I'm talking about the GM here. I'm taller than him.
You're taller than me by at least 2 inches.
Yeah.
You got the British tall gene. You got your mom's British tall genes.
I'm laughing
Okay.
because I'm taller than every single other person in this call.
Yeah, we know.
All right, let's bring it all back to the game, y'all. So, okay, so he swings,
Never.
swing and a miss. This is like a baseball game, and a swing and a miss. And I am very sorry. Like, IU says that Ricky's got 50 hours into the game so far in
If I
Elden Ring.
just didn't have a job, I would be there.
Okay, next up, Cal. What do you do?
Oh boy. I guess since we've been discovered, I'm gonna move into the room. I think I have a movement of 30
Yep,
feet.
30 feet. It's 5 feet per square.
All right, so I'm gonna start by just moving 2 squares. Uh, who is? Oh,
And then as you enter, you see a guard to your left. You see the one to the right, which would be like right here, more or less.
okay.
And then you see one over here. And you see this
I
priest.
Ooh, that's an idea, but that's an idea for later. Maybe. Um, I have a question. I found something last session. I found a light sword, I think. Um, I don't think I would get that. I can't use that as well as my other weapons, correct?
You
I
could,
don't think I
but
have.
because you're not trained in how to use that, you would wind up with what they call a penalty, proficiency penalty, which means that you would be at a minus 50%. So if you needed, for example, now they're an AC4, so if you needed, like, let's say 35% or 40% to hit, now it's 20% to hit. Because you're trying that weapon out for the first time, and you're like, you don't really know how to use it with a weight, and you could try it. I mean, it's better than nothing, but like
I have other options.
my recommendation would be go with what you are currently proficiency at, because that's going to increase the chances of you landing a blow that's going to actually deal some damage.
Okay. Okay. I how I don't remember if we ever established how long my spring out spike was.
It's about 5 feet. It's like a quarter staff.
So
Well, we'll call it 6 feet. We'll say it's 6 foot pole, not a 10 foot pole.
so would I have to move closer to this guy? What is his name?
Yeah,
Okay,
because
so-
at this point you would need a 10 foot reach to span. 5 foot reach would cover this square, but you wouldn't hit your opponent. You're
Okay.
assuming they're standing in the middle of this square. These are just representations. These are just here to help delineate where you can move and how close you are to your target and that. But the reality is that you'd get in a little bit closer to where your weapon could reach.
Well, then I will move in a little bit closer because I can, and I will hopefully hit him with my spring out spike, with the spike sprung out.
Okay, so again, he's an armor class 4.
Or not.
Okay, so you shove the spike towards his face and like hit the button, and the blade comes out of the tip, and he sort of dodges out of the way as the like glint of metal bounces right off of his steel face mask.
Rat. Rat and Dawn.
Okay, and then one of the cultists, Adept Scuro. What's he gonna do? Let me flip this one over too, and then what is gonna happen here? He's gonna hold his position for now, and that brings us to the next one, Keeper Lexus. That should be an S on the end of that and an X. The one that's in front of you, Cal, is going to try to swing it out at you with a great sword.
Oh boy.
That is going to be a miss, I believe.
Bad trained guards, huh?
Yeah, these first rolls are not so hot, but that's good because that works in your favor as a party. I mean, I could be rolling like I normally do.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, because This is how you've been rolling for a while this game.
Okay. So the
Last
next one up
session,
is
so-
Thorin.
Oh, it's me.
Yep.
Keeper, that's a whole bunch of pixels on my screen.
Nox.
Whatever this one is called. Nox.
Yeah,
Okay.
Nox.
Nox, more like knocking him with my longsword. That will hit for 15 damage again.
All right. And that's not a crit. So let me go here. Here. All right. So again, you lash out with your great. Yeah. What do you have, by the way? You're a dwarf with a great sword, right?
It's a silvered +1 longsword.
Longsword. That's right. I remember when you got that. All right. That brings us to Adaptiaro.
So, wait,
Gyro.
real quick.
Yep.
Did that kill him?
No, he's still standing up in front of you.
Okay. Weird.
It was just a straight hit. It wasn't a crit like the other one,
Oh,
like a backstab.
Well, the other one. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
The other one doubled, basically.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. So the adept maintains his position and he continues his chanting. Although you hear the chanting pick up pace a little bit. It sounds a little more feverish. And that brings us to the leader of the cult, Strix Bale. And you hear him mutter some words, like very pissed off sounding, and give me just a moment. I'm looking for something special. Here we are. Okay, so how's that gonna work? Okay, so the leader of the cult, you see turn around and he doesn't break his pace with his chant. He keeps chanting. But while he's doing that, you see him sort of like bow his head down and then like shoot his hands out like this. And you see these dark bolts of energy sort of shoot forward from him towards you, Thorin. And that's going to do... So give me a save versus dex.
Let me find my score for that.
Okay, so you made it. So you only take half damage. You only take 3 points of damage from these arcane bolts that shoot forth.
Yeesh. How
from
much?
This. 3 points of damage.
All right, let me fill that in. Finally, try to use those little bubbles that you have set up.
What are the colors again?
So red is your
red is health. Green is
fatigue points.
Blue, I think, has fate points.
That's correct.
But it's like they reset every time. Or like every time you enter back into Roll20, they reset.
Yeah, they should like we should keep track of that better because with 1 hour's rest, your fatigue points come back. Let's recap this again because this is the first big battle you've been in. The first few blows that you take, the damage goes right to your fatigue points. Once your fatigue points are exhausted, they start to carry over into your hit points onto your body. And then with 1 hour's rest, your fatigue points come back to full. With 1 night's sleep, your hit points restore to full. And then fate points, once those go, they go. Unless you do something incredibly spectacular, like save the planet. Maybe the gods will smile upon you if they wake up and, decide that you were amusing enough for them to toss a boon to.
Okay.
Okay. So who's up next? Keeper Lucien. He's got, let's see, 2 targets that he can see. So 5, 10, 15, 20. So he can make it here.
Real quick, those arcane bolts, those go to my fatigue points, right? Or
That's correct.
Okay, I couldn't remember, since this is the first fight in a while. I can't remember if magic goes straight to your body or not.
No, I don't apply it to that. I apply it to, I think, you're seasoned enough now as an adventurer that, you can brush it off when you take those first couple of strikes.
Searing hot arcane lightning. Oh, it's not that bad.
Yeah, it smells like chicken. Okay, so Keeper Lucien rushes in, and he's going to try to hit Cal with longsword.
Oh boy.
What armor class are you again? 3?
3.
That's going to hit.
Ow.
And yeah, that's going to do...
Yikes.
Yeah.
Is that a crit?
Oh my god, that's gonna... No, not for them. It needed to be 10%. That's gonna do a whole 2 points of paper cut damage to you. And here you have it, Twitch. I bow to you. You're a failure of a GM. My rolling sucks this time.
No. Keep rolling like this.
It's great.
Yeah, I don't like the Roll20 digital roll. I'd rather roll dice. Y'all will be in some serious trouble because Deacon knows. He's seen how I roll.
Yeah, loaded, alright.
It's not loaded. Okay, who's up next? Gryphon. Hassan.
Yay.
In that one. That's rough.
Hassan, you're muted.
Oh shoot. Sorry, I didn't realize I forgot to unmute.
It's okay.
Don't come up to talk to me. Anyway, so I am going to Hassan is gonna step fully out into the room, and so the guy straight in front of me up the middle, is he the one who shot magic at Thorin?
I don't know. You were behind the door, so hard to say.
Well, I was.
I'm assuming. Did you push the door open? Because remember,
I've been looking out. I've been looking out at the room already.
Okay,
this wasn't fully through the doors.
Yeah, I guess this is what I was trying to establish earlier. There are 2 doors. The door on... Let's see, I think those are both grouped.
The door that I was standing in front of was closed. The door that I was not standing in front of was open.
Right, so as you're looking at Roll20, this door was open.
Yeah.
This door was closed.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked earlier. Whoops, I just moved the whole thing. That's why I asked earlier, are you going to open the door? Are you standing in front of the door? Or, behind the door? Are you peeking through the open door? Boy, I'm just making a pig's dinner out of this. I don't know why that's... There it is. So I assumed you were standing back here behind the door, and then you came around through the open one.
No, I was looking through the door.
Okay. Okay. So.
Sorry.
20, 30. And I will say, I think that would be that would just be right on the cusp of your vision, because you don't have dark vision or low light vision. So give me a D20, give me a save versus perception, and let's see if he would have picked that up. This, once again, just as a general reminder to the entire party, this is why it's important to declare those actions pretty clearly. Like, you know, if you're opening the door, if you're peeking through an open door, you know, if you're going to stay behind cover or what you're doing. So.
Okay.
So as far as you can tell, with everything that happens so quick, you don't really know if he's the one that cast it or if it came from one of the other two adepts. Now you can clearly see that they're standing around what looks to be like a circle on the floor and slightly glowing.
Yeah.
So you know that there's definitely there's magic afoot, or there's some sort of evil afoot.
Okay. Well, he's important looking, and he's directly in front of me. So, I'm gonna throw an energy bolt at him.
Okay. So, what level are you going to cast that at, first or second? You're not restricted like Cal is, because Cal's class restricts them to only casting first level spells.
Yeah, so I'm trying to I'm gonna cast it at level 2.
Okay. So then it happens automatically, almost like a cantrip.
Yeah.
So you roll 2d4. And you don't need to roll like to hit or anything. Just roll the damage.
Okay.
So 5 damage. Okay. All right. So that's going to bring us back up to the top of the order. You've been noticed. You see, you look at Strixbale look right at you with these intense red glowing eyes, and he just points. So there's the camera. He just points at you. So the cult guard in front of you, Thorin, he's going to try to strike at you again. And
he's going to try.
Yeah, I was going to say hopefully do better this time. What arm class are you? What's your...
I am AC 4.
Okay.
Well, AC 3 with a +1.
$64. I believe that's going to hit.
Dang.
I need to check.
Are they highly trained?
Yeah.
Because I only hit AC 4 on a 55. And that's with my bonuses.
Let me double check something here. Because your score sounds low, but they're not going to get bonuses because they're NPCs. I don't really... I build things in. I make them a little tougher to begin with, so I don't build in, like, I don't add on bonuses unless they're a special character, special NPC. But we're gonna figure that out right now. Your armor class 4?
Mm-hmm.
No. That's not going to
No?
hit. No.
Oh. I thought you were saying no, you're not. I was like,
And I just found a way to improve gameplay for myself. Yay. Okay. So, swing and a miss goes to Cal. Now, you've got 2 targets on you.
I do.
And just a friendly reminder, you've got 1 spell slot left.
I know.
I
I'm trying to
should
figure-
ask, did Hassan cast any spells during the
No.
session when I was absent?
I do not think you did.
Okay.
No. No, so you should have your full spell slots available. And what was it again? Like, it's in your description in your bio.
It'd be, I think it says 5.
Yep, so you used 1,
Yeah,
so you
5.
should have 4 left. Yep.
Okay.
I should get us some royalty-free music.
Oh, yeah.
So put it on in the background, irritate everybody. Put it on loop. Or else I could just sing dun 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 dun.
No, that's quite a bit.
You spoil all my fun. Alright, Cal. What are you gonna do?
Oh, I have ideas, but I don't know if they're gonna work. That's the problem. And I've got 2 people
No guts,
on
no
me.
glory.
Well, I kind of don't want to spill guts to at least my guts today.
Oh, damn, spill someone else's then.
I tried, didn't quite work.
What's the saying? You
try
gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. You gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet.
Oh boy.
Alright. What do you do?
Can't make an omelet without breaking a few chickens.
I don't like these metaphors. I
10 seconds.
10 seconds. I guess I'll just try and hit the one that I was trying to hit before. I don't remember what his name was, but I guess
Okay,
I'll just,
the
like,
one-
try
the
and
one right
poke
across
at
from
him
you?
again.
Yeah, I'm tracking that. Okay, so go ahead and they're armor class 4, so
Oh wait, that
34?
might actually hit. Hold on. Armor class 4. It needs to be above, or like, has to be lower than 55, right? Or lower
Right.
than the number.
that's correct.
Cool, it hits. Excellent.
All right, oh, why isn't it doing the damage? So roll me a d8, and I'm gonna fix that real quick. That looks like that's a problem in the macro script. 6 points. All right, let me get that recorded
Yay.
first.
I did damage.
All right. Super awesome. And then once I edit this macro, that'll work just fine. Yep, that's what it is. There are 2 brackets there. All right. Click off your character and then click back on it, and then just as a test, go ahead and roll your spring out spike again.
That doesn't look like it did anything. Oh wow, I'm so glad that I rolled the 34 and not the 92 for that. It would have been bad.
Why is it doing that? Okay. Let's try. Okay, now do the same thing. Click off your character, click back on it, and then roll. I give up. I totally give up. Why is it working for everybody else, but it's not working for your character? Okay, that's fine. I'll have you roll that separate until I can work on that and figure that out.
Okay. I have the dice roller app anyway, so.
It shouldn't be doing that.
You should still use Roll20, just maybe not the macro.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that these rolls didn't count because I seem to be rolling like garbage.
There, now it's working. Test one other thing here real quick.
No, take that roll. Take that roll.
Yeah, I like that roll. I like that roll.
So it looks like your macros, there's characters missing out of your macros. Okay, I won't get too caught up in doing this right now. I just want to make sure that it was working. Okay, so let's move to the next. So you just hit them for... What was the 6 damage? Okay, and then it goes up to Thorin.
Aren't there 2 NPCs in between us?
Between you and...
In the turn order?
Yeah.
It was Cal. Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
the adept down here. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just jumped right through there. Okay, so Adept Skuro is going to... Let's see, he's going to launch something fun. How does this work? Okay. All right, we'll go with the mundane. Hassan, give me a save versus Dex.
Okay.
Okay, so you see these 2 dark waves of energy burst towards you, tearing into your flesh for 4 points of damage. You get hit by these astral bolts of energy. These dark arcane bolts of energy. Not astral, arcane bolts. So knock 4 points off of your... It'll come off your fatigue points first. And then next up is...
Green one?
That's correct. Keeper Lexus. The one that you just hit, Cal, is going to attempt to hit you. So you see, raise up this sword and like take a chop at you. And again, you're in armor class 3, is that right?
Yep.
So I rolled a 5. That's not
gonna hurt.
That's not good. In fact, that's very bad for you. That's a critical hit.
Crit, yeah.
Yeah. Let me do the damage first, and then we're going to find out where they hit you.
Just remember, you do have fate points. So if it is a character killer, you can just make it not.
So that's going to be 10 points of critical damage in the in the 9. That's not sounding good. Let's see. And I apologize to oh, hi Dynamoose.
Sarah.
Good to see you. I
Yo,
apologize
hey.
to the
You
Twitch
apologize to
viewers
Sarah.
if you can
Because
hear
of what
my
happened.
F-14 jet in the background taking off, getting ready to take off for combat here. Actually, I shouldn't make that joke. That's kind of with what's going on right now in the world. But this stupid cooling fan on my all-in-one, and I've got a boom mic set up, so the mic's picking that up. Okay. We're gonna go here. And it's getting really loud. Fortunately, I only need this open for a minute. This one program I have that runs. And then we're gonna figure out where you got hit in the 9. Critical results. Hit location.
I
Oh,
also
okay, that's not that
can't
bad. It's in
find
the...
I can't find my health points at all.
Oh,
Whenever
they're
I
under
look
attributes
through.
and abilities.
Yeah, they're under your attributes. Okay, so that's
fourth from the bottom.
that's in the 9. That's in the arms. And
I don't have that in there.
Yeah, same. I do.
Seems like a bit of a big oversight.
It goes, the last 4 are bravery, armor class, fatigue points, and fate points. Because I was looking, I was like, I need to know that.
yeah, this is... All right. Okay, all right, let me do this. Constitution 17. You're untrained, so you get 2. That's 19. It's 3. 20. I'm going to calculate these for you real quick. Give me just a minute.
Okay.
That is a huge oversight, and we should have taken care of that between sessions. But so again, just general reminder: like when I'm building this stuff out, it's a lot to manage. So this is why I really appreciate if you all go in and take a look at your character sheets between sessions, do your housekeeping, make sure everything looks good, everything's there. Because otherwise then we get stuck like this. So give me one moment. Okay, here we go. So you start with 17 points. That gives you a +3 bonus. So you're going to get 3 additional points, so that's 20 hit points. You're at level 3, you're untrained, that's going to give you an additional 6, so 26. So you're going to start off with 26 hit points. Okay, now put them in your character sheet there.
Okay.
And I'm going to move these up underneath your arm class. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to put them in your bubbles. So you got 26, 26. And then how many fate points did you have there?
2.
2, 2. And then how many fatigue points?
I have 6 overall, but I'm down 2 right now.
Okay. So let me save this on your character, and then what you can do is you're down how many again?
I'm down 2 right now. So
Okay.
from 6, I have 4 right now.
Okay, and then did you take anything beyond that or no?
We're working on whatever damage I'm
Okay.
getting from this.
Okay, so what's going to happen here is I got the critical location figured out. And sorry, Twitch, sorry this is taking long. We're just doing some maintenance here. There were some unexpected things that came up that we weren't counting on happening here. Okay, so you took a hit to the 9. 9 is the arms, and then I need to roll a d20 and ignore 17, 18, 19, 20. You got hit in the 6. Blow strikes whatever your opponent is holding in their hand, weapon hand, shattering it completely. The object is destroyed, and the limb is numbed and incapacitated for d6 rounds. So you got lucky. You got really lucky. So let's see. Roll d6. So for 2 rounds of combat, that arm is numb and you can't really do anything functional with it.
Do I know which arm they hit?
Your weapon arm.
Oh,
They shattered. They shattered your weapon basically.
Oh boy.
Yeah, weapon is gone. It's toast. So mark that off of your character sheet. But
Are you proficient with dagger?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now's a good time to start doing that.
And I do have that set up as a macro quick action on your action bar there. And if this will let me open up your character sheet, we can double check that and just make sure that that one's going to work. That one's broken too. Okay, now it's functional. Okay, who's up next in order? Thorin.
Okay. I'm doing the same thing. But I miss. And that's the 3rd time in a row I've rolled 15 for damage.
Oh my god. I know, it's crazy.
I wish that hit. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the cultists themselves, the adepts, the other one is going to, let's see, he's got 3 targets. 1, 2, 3. 2 are obscured because they're engaged. 1 is not, so he's going to go for the one that's not. And what are they going to do? They're low level, so we're going to try this. They're going to cast Arcane Bolt at Hassan. Big surprise. Roll D. 2D. Oh my god, my rolling just like blows chunks right now. Give me a save versus Dex, Hassan, to see if you can dodge this for half damage.
Finally, my first good roll.
Clearly. So you dodge out of the way and you take like 1 point. 1 point. Don't spend it all in one place. My rolling is terrible this session.
Wow, it sure is. It really is.
We really need some music too to intensify this. All right, so next up, Strix Bale. Okay, so he says, he's going to up it. He's gonna take it up a notch, kick it up a notch. He knows there's a caster in the midst, so he's going to give me another save versus Dex, Hassan. You see these dark energy bolts coming your way again, these arcane bolts. Just made it. Okay, so you're going to take 3.5. We're going to roll up. We're going to round up. Get 4 points of damage.
Okay.
And while this is going on, this is not just like a, silent vacuum of a combat. Like, the cultists are like chanting, and Strix Bale is, you hear this voice saying, leave, foul interlopers, leave this holy place while you live, or I will devour your souls. And that takes us up to Lucien. That's the other one in front of Cal. So it's going to attempt to hit you with the broadsword. That's still not a hit. God, this really sucks. I just can't get a good roll in here. Then it takes us to Hassan.
I'm gonna shrug off the hit he just took, and I'm gonna fire back with another arcane bolt.
Okay. What level?
Second level again.
Okay. So go ahead and roll 2d4. And then see if we can dodge that. Natural 1, no. So he tries to dodge out of the way, and I'm going to say he trips and falls prone.
Was that Strix Ball?
Yeah.
Nice.
10 feet here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this. Well, he rolled a 1.
Is this is this Pokemon rules where you turn it to the left if they've been stunned?
Oh, that's funny. And that's 6 points. So it's going to come off there, and then... Okay. That takes us all the way to the top of the order. The guard that's in front of you, Thorin, is getting frustrated now, and he's going to try to hit you with a broadsword. Oh my god.
3 strikes.
This is
He's out.
horrible. This is a suck. Like, big time. You're an armor class 4?
Really, yep.
Yep. That's
really
definitely
sucks.
That's not a hit. Alright. That takes us to Cal. So Cal, you can't use that weapon arm this turn. You could you could attempt to use your dagger with the other hand. It's better than, or you can move. You can get out of there. You can disengage.
Yeah. So is in this game, is disengage an action, or can I just yeet?
That's your action basically, because you'd have to back out basically and try to get out of there and defend yourself. So it's so chaotic, They're not going to get unlike D&D where there's attacks of opportunity. Like I don't do that. I don't do attacks of opportunity in here because I think it's a little cheeseball. Like you're already swinging and fighting and trying to fight them off, and like if you back out, that's just a move. You could be feigning forward and then move backward. It could be, for all they know, a regular combat move. So
Okay.
What do you do?
Can I move further into the chamber, like in this general direction, or or would I have to move back straight like towards Thorin more because of the fact that I have 2 guys next to me? Or can I move diagonal, or do I have to move
Yeah, you could do that. You could make a beeline for, like if you wanted to get out of the way, move your max movement to 30 feet.
Okay. So if I do that, would that be 10 or would that be 5?
That's 5 feet.
Okay. 15. I think. Is this a person?
That is.
Oh,
That's the
Strict
cult
surveillance.
leader. He tried to dodge a magical attack and failed. Critical failed and then stumbled over prone.
okay. Yeah, I was like, that just looks like a lump, and I was not sure. Then 10, 15, 20. Yeah, it's 25, I think.
So
And
5,
then
10,
I already-
15, 20, 25.
Like that.
Yep, it's 25 feet.
Can I mess up this circle at all? Is there a thing I can do to mess this circle up? Or is it just there for, like, aesthetics?
It's there. And as you approach it, give me a save versus bravery.
Oh, no. Didn't think this day would come. Hold on a second.
Hey, isn't that the one that you like didn't put a whole lot of points into?
Yep. That's correct.
That's
Mm.
tough.
Oh, boy. Alright.
Oh, Jesus. Your bravery is a -3.
Yeah. Fun.
So
Say mad tough.
you approach this circle like you're trying to get out of that combat to save your skin, and you don't realize like you're out of the frying pan and into the fire. As you look down, you're thinking like, I'm gonna screw up their circle. Okay, we can talk about this after game, but like, and then you look down and you realize, oh, it's blood. And it's been drawn out in blood. And as you follow the circle, as you're looking down at it, and your head slowly looks up, as you look further into the distance, you see this body laying on the ground with like its guts eviscerated and a trail of blood as it's trying to crawl forward out of the circle. And then you see these two other cult members standing there chanting, looking at you, their eyes glowing red. So that's failure number 1. And that's your turn. Let's go to Adept Skiro, who is, as you're facing them, on your left. That's this adept here. Now they've got a new victim. And they are actually and they see you're unarmed, so they're gonna move up 5, 10, 15, 20.
I don't know why it took me this long. I think it's just because I couldn't actually see the names on Roll20 until just now. But I just got what you did with the names.
You got the joke. Okay. So Adept Skiro moves up and then like immediately turns and like shoots out these arcane bolts towards you. So roll. That's gonna be. What? How could I possibly... Oh. That makes no sense. How can he roll a 0 on 2d4? 2d4.
What just happened?
I rolled
How-
2d4 and it rolled
How
1
did you
and then
roll
it said
64
0.
and get a 0?
See,
What
there's
does that
something
mean?
weird's going on with Roll20.
Oh.
There are things here that aren't making sense. Okay, so Cal, give me a save versus dexterity.
Save versus death.
Yes. See if you can dodge this for half damage.
Really want to. That 0 got... Oh, nice.
Finally
23.
rolling something decent.
Okay, so instead of taking 8 points, you're going to take 4 points.
That's impressive. Somehow rolling a 0 on 2d4 to rolling the max.
Right, exactly. This is... I've been reading, I keep up with this stuff in the forums and on the Facebook thread and anywhere that I can. There have been some issues with Roll20, different features in Roll20, some of the macros and stuff like that. So I wonder if this is kind of weird carryover. Because I've not seen this kind of behavior before, and that's fine. We can deal with it. We can work around it. Might be a little cheesy, but just want to apologize to anybody out there in Twitch who's watching. If some of this looks like it's, being nerfed or whatever, we've got some really weird behaviors going on here with Roll20. Okay, so you dodged. You took half damage. You mark it on your token?
I took off the extra fatigue points that I had, and
Okay.
Yeah, when I got hit with the arm thing...
That was 10 points, so you should be down 10 body
okay.
points. Because that was a critical hit, so that's full damage.
Ooh, give me 1 second. I thought so. I just...
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, next up is... That was Skuro. This dude. He's got 1, 2, 3 targets. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Or is he gonna chase? Probably a lesser chance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right here. There's a bodyguard right here.
Ah, that guy.
So I'm gonna say 50-50. It's gonna go after either Hassan or you. 1, 2, 3. It's Hassan. 4, 5, 6. It's gonna be Thorin. D6. Did you all see a roll show up?
No, you typed in the command wrong.
Oh, yep. That's my fault. 4, 5, 6. So he's gonna go after Thorin.
Yeah, let's go.
So he comes rushing in. This broadsword slices right at you.
Do I have I can't remember, and I know we've talked about this in one of the previous campaigns, but what are the rules for, like, when you have a big weapon like a longsword, what are the rules for just, like, swiping and trying to hit multiple targets?
To try to hit multiple targets?
Yeah, like, because they're standing, like, kind of in front of me and to the side of me, if I was to, like, just swing.
Yeah, so
arc,
it's called, like, there's a name for it, and I can't remember what it's called, like a continuing strike or continuous strike. Right, there's names for it in video games, but in RPGs it's handled a little bit differently. We could talk about that as a battle tactic, because I don't know if I have a move.
Talk about it. Let's wait for my turn to come up so we don't kind of bog down the rest of this.
I was thinking like after game, but okay, so here, let me roll this. D100, that's a 37. That's going to hit you. Finally. Yay. So I need to roll 1d10 plus 1. Oh my god!
That's what I like to see.
Oh, this is seriously like great. Almost causing me to like. I'm gonna have to hang up my GM card here if I don't start like pulling it out soon. All right, 2 whole points of damage.
Wow, I like these guys.
Yeah, I'm kind of rooting for you all now to like kill him. Okay, so that was Lexus. Thorin, you're up.
All right. Well, the guy that was in front of me, that was already attacking me. I'm gonna try to. That's a crit.
That's definitely a crit. So, roll your damage.
It's built into the thing.
Oh yeah, 6 damage, 6 crit damage, and then give me a D100 roll to find out where you hit the crit. In the 5, that's going to be the arms, and I know that because I just looked that up for Cal. So give me a D20, ignore 17 through 20. In the 3. 3 in the arms. The blow strikes your opponent's hand, incapacitating it for the next round, causes everything held in it to be dropped. So it's just assumed it's the weapon hand. So they drop the weapon, their hand is numb for 1 round. So they get no, that's, what do we say that was? Lexus? They get
Yeah, just do it
no
for me.
strike for 1 round.
How's he looking? Bloodied, real bloodied, hanging on by a thread, still looking pretty good.
The one below you, or the one to your side?
The one below me that I have been attacking for numerous rounds now.
On a scale of 1 to, yeah, I'm not going to tell you that. Looking a little battle
I'm not asking
worn.
that. I said like bloodied, or how's he looking?
Yeah, they're looking a little battle worn. You know, they've got some wounds on them and they're bleeding. So, and then we go to Adept Charo, and that's going to definitely be 10, 15, 20. So we get to come up here, and then Adept Chiaro is going to strike at Cal with a dagger. You see them reach into their sleeve and pull this dagger out and take a stab at you. So you're in armor class 3.
Yes.
That's not going to hit. So they're just a lowly adept. They're not super trained in how to fight, so they're doing their best. That takes us to Strix Bale. I need to roll d20. Let's see if he stands up. He's going to make it. So Strix gets back up on his feet, and now he looks at you and he just smiles this evil grin. It says, "Foolish child, now you are mine." And then
Hey, Eric. May the dice be ever in our favor. They are.
hey, good to see you, Eric.
The
And
dice
then-
are most definitely in our favor.
Okay. Give me, so like you feel this tingling starting at the base of your feet and moving its way up your body rapidly, and it covers your entire body. And this tingling starts to turn into the feeling of these intense daggers piercing you from every single aspect of your body, outside in. Give me a save versus wisdom.
This is wisdom. Okay. It's a 14.
Okay, I think that made it. So, you sort of like gather your wits and, you realize like, okay, this is an illusion. This is a spell. This is a spell. I'm not going to let this happen. And then after like a few seconds, that feeling starts to subside, and you don't feel it anymore.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And then that takes us to Lucien. So these two are engaged. He's going to go for the obvious target. He's going to go here towards Hassan and swing at you with a great sword, with a broadsword. And you just hear him, you hear this low like, "Your life will be in vain, heretic." What's your armor class, Hassan?
3.
Ouch. That's going to be a crit.
Hey!
So, let me do this. Let me roll damage first. So, it's going to be 8 points of damage. And then I need to roll where the crit's going to happen. In the 19. That still might be arms, but let me take a look. That is going to be arms, and then I need to roll what the results are. In the 3. Oh, I think that's the same thing that just happened.
Yep.
So blow strikes your opponent's hand. In this case, it would be the weapon hand. Incapacitating it for the next round and causes anything held in it to be dropped. So if you had your cane, you dropped your cane, and you can't use your hand for 1 round. Okay. But I gotta say, y'all are getting lucky with these crits that they're on the low end of the table. Now it goes to you, Hassan.
Okay, that's not good.
I think you've got 1 spell slot left.
No,
I have 1 spell slot left.
Hassan's popped off a couple of rounds of Arcane Bolt or Astral Bolt or whatever. At least 2, possibly 3.
Yeah, but I think I've only used 2. I'm scrolling back through the chat. I've only done 2 rolls of
That sounds about
2d4
right.
for the spell damage.
Okay, I thought you were higher up than that. But okay. Okay, so what do you do?
3 left. I think I'm gonna just throw an astral bolt right at this guy in my face. I can.
Okay. Same thing, level 2.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and give me a roll, 2d4. So 4 points. And let's see, can he dodge it? I'm going to give him a -1 because he's a point blank. Cannot dodge it, so he takes 4 points. Alright, that brings us all the way to the top of the order. To the cult guard that is in front of Thorin, not to the side there by the doorway. And he's going to try, he's going to try to take another swing at you with his broadsword. He's getting to the point where he's getting really frustrated because he's not able to hit you. Oh my god, that's a near critical fumble. That's a 95. It's not, but he misses. You're just ducking and dodging and weaving with your dwarven self. Okay, that brings us to Cal. You got 3 cult practitioners around you here. You got one that clearly looks like he could be the leader, or they could be the leader. They're all wearing masks, so it's hard to tell.
He's got fancy shoulder decor.
Yeah, clearly his robes and accoutrement are different than the other cult members here. What do you do?
Solid question.
This is the second round. You can't use your weapon arm this round. You have 1 spell slot left. You do have a good left hand, or opposite of your weapon hand. And again, just reminding you of your options. If you used a dagger, you're at a -50% penalty, but it's still better than, not doing anything unless you try to run, flee or something.
Yeah.
pull this so that...
I have ideas, and just I don't think any of them are going to pan out in the way I want them to. It's slightly just like, what do I do? I'm not good at stabbing things. Question.
Mm-hmm.
I have two weapons.
Dino Moose says, flee!
Yeah. Run away.
Where would I go?
And if you're in the chat, thank you for watching. There are channel points that are given out every few minutes. If you look down below the chat button, if you've never really used channel points below, there's a whole bunch of different cool things that you can do, like, I don't know, gift players inspiration, for example.
Calling a wandering monster.
Maybe don't do that one.
Yeah,
What are you
that
talking about? What's what happened?
Wandering
Monster.
God,
okay. What do you think, Cal? 10 seconds.
I think a lot of things. If I tried to grab something from in my bag, how long would that take, and would that... Can I whisper you my idea and see
Sure.
if I can actually do it?
Sure. I think I know what it is, but I'm kind of excited to see if that's what it is.
I don't know if I can do this or if it even do anything.
So what that would be is a whole action, because think about what you're considering doing, and think about where it's at and how it's stored within, if that makes sense. It's a container within a container.
Yeah.
So it's not just like I reach in my backpack, pull this thing out, and
Okay.
so you could do that. I mean, that could be your action. We got to hydrate. Everybody hydrate.
Nope.
Thank you for redeeming the channel points there, Dynamoose.
Maybe you should give us some inspiration next time. That would be nice. Perhaps some gold?
Somebody just got gifted player inspiration, and then you can just type in chat who you want that to be. I have an idea who it is.
So, if I did that plan, I would have to take that would be my action. I couldn't do anything else, right? That would be the thing.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Let's see here. So, did you put the username in there? Because I'm not seeing the username. It says Dynamoose redeemed gift a player inspiration. So you can just type. Okay, so you just got gifted inspiration, Cal. So what I'm going to do is, like, normally it's a buff in some form. It's either like a plus to your attribute saves or a plus to your hit roll. But inspiration can also be used to do, like, minor heroic sort of feats, like what you want to do, I'll allow you to do. So you reach in your backpack and you happen to flip the latch on the lid. You pull out the flask of holy water and sploosh. Is that what you're going to do?
That was my plan.
Okay.
Awesome.
So give me a to hit roll at plus 10%.
Hit roll. Is that what?
Yeah.
Is that?
Just act like, so give me a D100.
Okay.
So the priest is in, hold on, let me tell you what armor class the priest is in. The leader. Armor class 4. So look at your to hit matrix, and then what's the number that you need to hit armor class 4, and then you add 10%. So if you need like a 50%, now you need 60% or less. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yeah, and I don't add any extra anythings to this 100, the D100, just flat D100.
Just flat D100.
Okay.
61.
Okay.
Okay. So
So
then
to hit armor class 4, I needed a 55, so it needed 65. So that does the thing, right?
that makes it. Yep. So what you've done is you just splashed this evil priest, this evil cultist with holy water. And let's see. I'm gonna try to give him a dodge just to see. Save versus Dex. And he does not make it. Missed it by 1, in fact. Okay, so then that's gonna do roll. Let me look one thing up real quick. Oh, nice. Okay. Give me 2d6. Roll 2d6.
Okay,
9 points.
cool.
So you just delivered 9 points of radiant damage, effectively. So as the water hits the priest, like, even though they have a mask on their face, you can see, like, you hear the sizzle tss, and the smoke, and you hear them like, ah, it burns. All right. So that's Cal. That takes us up to this other adept here, who's going to leap in between and take a stab at you with their dagger. You're in arm class 3. That's a 71. They're untrained. That is not going to hit. So they are not fighters. And then that's going to take us to... who's up next? Lexus, which is to Thorin's side here. So he's going to raise up his broadsword and, like, try to chop down at you.
Come on. Come at me.
That's going to crit you.
Oh. Well, maybe don't come at me.
It's a whole 3 points, so make sure you're taking your damage off, and let me find out where the crit is. That's going to be D100. Oh, that's not good. That's in the 72. That's going to be higher up there.
That's not good at all.
That's going to be... oh, it's in the torso. It's not a headshot. You're lucky. It was pretty close to a headshot.
Torso's just as bad.
Well, torso can be just as bad, yeah, but a headshot's like almost instant death.
Doesn't torso have, like, you know, you spill their guts out, they die instantly?
It's in the 4, which I think is good for you. In the torso... hard blow to the groin. Opponent is knocked to the ground. Dropping any handheld object may do nothing except parry with a shield for the next D4 rounds until upright.
This is like the 3rd time this campaign this has happened to me.
Yeah, you're like a tank. So 1 round.
Dude, I had this cool-ass plan for what I was going to do on my next turn, which is directly after this guy, but I just... damn.
So you get basically knocked prone. You can't do anything except block, but you don't have a shield, so you're basically prone open target for 1 round. So let's see what happens here. That was Lexus. You're up next, Deacon. So do you try to defend yourself with anything? Like it says basically you can't really do anything.
Could I try to, like, grab my sword and just hold it in front of me to block?
Well, I don't think so, but let's take a look. hard blow to the groin. Opponent is knocked to the ground, dropping any handheld object, and may do nothing except parry with a shield if available. So no.
Okay.
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
But it's only one round, so hopefully you'll survive this.
Yeah.
That was
hopefully.
you. And then add up Charo. They're going to take... Yeah, what the heck? I'm going to try it. They're going to try to stab at Cal again with this dagger. 83. Nope. I think I'm going to have to switch up tactics here real soon. Real fast. Now, Strix Bale. Is pissed. And right in front of Cal. So, let's see. What does he have in store? Let's try... Would that work? That would actually work. Okay. So, you see Strix start to become, like, real... His eyes are really intense. Through the mask, you can see them start to glow like flames. And you see these flames rising off of their hands, and they're muttering this incantation. And what happens is, I don't know how to do this. I probably should have learned how to use this a little bit better. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt to draw a shape here. So basically, around you, in this 10 foot by 10 foot, like, sort of enclosure, this wall of flame comes up between you and the priests. So it's 10 feet high, 10 feet deep by 10 feet deep. And you're basically entrapped inside of this, like, wall of flame.
Hanging out right in the middle of it. Got it. Or maybe not right in the middle.
Rolling.
Okay, so then the next would be Lucien, and that's the one in front of Hassan. Whoops. I want to undo that, and then I want to go back to objects and tokens. Go back to here. Okay. Alright, so Hassan, the one in front of you, the guard in front of you, is going to take another swing at you with the broadsword. Still cursing you. That's going to hit. That's going to be another critical hit. That's a 9. That's under 10%.
Rolled a 1d10.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a D10. Yeah. I'm going to re-roll that for a D100.
That's still going to hit. That's a 49 because they're highly trained. Okay,
Crit.
but it's not a crit, so that's good. So you're going to take...
I'm okay with that.
You can always try to dodge, too. I mean, you can, you know... That's why I put the combat rules in the handouts for y'all. So that's going to be a 1d10 plus 1. So you're going to take like 5 points of damage. And then, that was Lucien. And then it goes to you, Hassan. What do you do?
Okay, so because the crit hit me before my turn, like last turn, so was last turn the one round when my hand was disabled? And I can use it again this round, or...
That hit you last turn, so this round you can't use your hand, but you have another hand.
Okay.
You know, so if you needed to cast a spell, you could do that. You could try a weapon in the offhand at the proficiency penalty, you know. And again, like, desperate times call for desperate measures. So I'd highly encourage that. Don't let that scare you off when I say minus 50%, because you could get a lucky roll. It's still better than like nothing, unless you're going to move out of there, because if you stand prone and you're right there, you're open for attack.
Yeah.
So your
But
call.
if it's a spell, don't you just
Don't you just
hit that if it's a spell?
Yeah, spells have a verbal and somatic. Somatic, is that the somatic component? So basically, like, you're making gestures or
Yeah,
something, and you're saying, or you're pointing, or So as long as you got the use of at least one hand, that can still be done. So
Yeah, but I guess that's more what I was asking. Like, if you're using a spell, don't you just, at least for lower level spells, ignore the hit roll for that?
Yeah. No, I do.
yes,
Okay.
yeah, this is the way we've been doing
I
it
was
all
just
along.
double-checking.
Yeah, no, he just basically lost the use of his weapon. He was holding a
Yeah,
cane.
yeah.
Remember, he's got a walking cane.
I forgot
So
he
the
could use
cane,
it as a weapon.
the cane got smashed out of his hand, and that hand's numb for one round. But he
Yeah.
still has a good one over here that he can, hey, I'm gonna, Walla Washington, throw out a little,
Yeah,
Looney
I'm
Tunes
just
spell.
gonna- yeah, I guess I'm just gonna keep using that arcane bolt because it's my.
Okay, so give me a roll. I assume you're gonna still do it at the second level.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
7 points. Okay, now you're getting
Oh,
up there.
hey, that's a good roll finally.
So, again, like, each time you hit, you're noticing little chunks of, like, robe tear off and, like, sizzling and black smoke comes up. And, flesh is rendered. Alright, that brings us all the way back up to the top of the round. This is a long combat. That's going to be Nox in front of Thorin. And you're prone. So he's basically going to get a free hit on you because there's nothing you can do. You don't have a shield.
He
So
hasn't
I'm
been
just
doing so well, though, so we'll see.
But you're prone. There's nothing you can do. All he's got to do is just reach down and smack you. So I'm going to roll
Damn.
for damage.
It's making me
1d10
prone.
plus 1. So
Hey, it
4
could be worse.
points.
You could get an automatic crit on you because you're prone.
That's true.
Yep.
And then we're.
So 4 points of damage. You're wriggling. You're trying to move out of the way.
Just knock
Like
it
a
off.
little dwarven fish out of water, flopping around. And then that brings us to Cal.
Eee. I'm in a firebox. So it's just walls of fire, right?
Yeah, like 10 by 10 by 10.
Okay. Is it hot?
Would you like to reach out and touch it? You
Well,
feel the
okay.
heat. You're starting to sweat
Okay.
profusely because you are surrounded by flame.
What profusely?
The reason I'm asking is because we literally walked through an illusion, to get into this room.
It's a fair question.
Magic.
It's a fair
Like-
question.
Okay.
Did you bring any sausages from the inn with you? cook up while you're in there? You can
No,
feel it.
I-
It's again, you're starting to sweat from the intense heat inside of this cube.
Yikes. Okay. So it goes up. It goes up 10 feet as well.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do because I have 2 different ideas and they do wildly different things.
Well, pick one of them. The least.
Yeah,
helpful.
I mean, again, no guts, no glory.
Oh, I lost word.
That is a thing for some colleges of magic, Dino. There are things like that where you can counter a spell with its opposite. but Cal has something up their sleeve that maybe could work. I don't know.
I have a few things that I think I can do. While I've been just kind of looking to see what I have, what I don't have,
Sure.
and I don't know.
You can always ask. I mean, that's part, because you're new. We're totally here to help you out. I mean, even if you're not new, if you're not a new player, we're totally here to help you out. But that's what I like, is I like to encourage people to use their head and start to think about the tools and the skills that they have and use them.
So I have conjure missiles, okay, and it's a stream of stinging missile-like projectiles from dust and dirt, which I would assume there's still dust and dirt even around me. But if I shot them through the flames, would they burn up on impact and not hit anything, or would they go through the flame? Is that...
So that's a good question. Anything that attempts to pass through the wall is going to take 1d6 points of damage per the level of the thing. Like whether it's a person, if it's an object and it's flammable, it would catch fire. If it's a wooden pole, like let's say you had a 6-foot or a 10-foot pole and you were poking it out, it would catch fire on the way through. It would poke out, and I'm going to assume that, like, you can probably see through the wall of flames because they're, constantly flickering and moving about and flitting about. It's not like it's a wall of smoke or mists or darkness. But, like, I think that's an interesting question. If you were trying to conjure missiles through that, would they survive? I would say probably not. They would probably bake in the passing through, or at the very least diminish to half potency.
Okay.
I mean, it's a magical attack. It's a magical attack, so, going through another magical attack, you could try it.
I like your thinking, Dynamoose. Can you pole vault over the wall of flame? It's a pretty tall chamber.
I mean...
It is a very tall chamber, and if you had the means to do it, yeah, sure.
I can't necessarily pole vault, but I can maneuver myself up and over if I wanted to. But I also have 3 wine bottles as well.
How could you do that? Up and over?
Up and over? I have.
Oh,
at least I think I can.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
This could get really interesting. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. You have skills. You've got some cool stuff, and I love what I'm hearing just by the little bits and teases that you're talking about. So, 10 seconds. Make a decision. That way we can keep the action moving on.
Okay, I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do conjure missiles. But I'm actually gonna conjure missiles, and because they're magically animated, I think I still control them. So if they go up like 10 feet, right, and then back down, that's 20 feet, and then I'm aiming them at this guy, just this first dude, because he's closer, since I know where he is. Because I can direct them up to a range of 100 feet, but it never says what direction. So I'm like,
interesting.
Awesome.
It's interesting, and it's like, because normally spells are line of sight, so it's a clear path between you and the object that you're trying to hit. As long as you can see, line of sight just means it'll hit your target. And if you're looking at your target and say, I want to hit that target, it's a magical attack. I could see within reason them acting like a homing missile, and not just, it's got to be, because the spell doesn't say unobstructed, does it?
It doesn't. It just says magically animated missiles can be directed up to a range of 100 feet and will cause 1d4 points of damage to any single creature they strike. It doesn't say anything about. It doesn't say anything about needing to see the target either.
That's usually assumed that you've got to see
Yeah.
the target. You've got to, because like otherwise, what's the point in shooting a missile, a projectile? What are you going to hit?
Fair.
So if you can see it, if it's line of sight, it should find its way there. So okay, let's do that. Is that what you're gonna
Cool.
Is that what you're gonna do for your turn?
Yeah, I'm gonna do conjure missiles at this guy.
Okay, so that's Adept Skuro. Give me the 1d4 because it's first level. So 2 points. And let me just roll because he gets a. I'm not going to give him a dodge because I'm going to say he doesn't see it coming because it's obscured by the flame. So we're just going to apply that direct. So, oh wait, I did that wrong. There we go. Okay. Okay, so he winces out and screams out in pain as these projectiles burst through this wall of flame and pierce into the cult member's flesh. Okay, that was Cal. Now it's Skuro's turn. He can't really do anything because if he tries to reach into that wall of flame, he's going to get cooked. So I'm going to move him 5 feet here so that Strix Bale has clear line of sight. Then we go to Lexus, which is over here in front of Deacon.
In front of me.
Yep. And again, it's a free shot because this will be the turn that you can't do anything. So I'm going to roll damage. Roll 1d10 plus 1. 5 points of damage. All right.
All right. My turn.
Who was that? That was Lexus. Yeah, Thorin, you're up.
Okay.
Now
real
you
quick
can.
Question.
Yep.
Real quick question. Does grabbing my sword count as an action? Like, if I were to grab my sword, could I still do something else? Or is that all I can do?
Well, normally when you're not prone, what you do to stand up is you've got to make a save versus Dex to stand up.
Man,
You grab your sword and give me a Dex
fucking
save.
plan has been put off another turn. I am up.
All right, and you've got your sword.
Yep.
What do you do?
Can I still take an action?
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Okay. Have you seen Code Geass?
A long
The
time
anime?
ago. Yeah, we watched it together a long time ago.
Yeah, okay, I am going to cast Hypnosis on the guy that just attacked me.
Okay.
Alright, and, that's a save versus will for him to not be
Okay.
affected by it.
So effectively wisdom then. Let's see. D20. And you wouldn't believe this. I should take a screenshot. I rolled a nat 20.
I give up. Alright, that's the end of my
I'll
turn,
roll
guys.
if you want. I'll roll them
No,
open if you
no,
want.
It's cool. It's cool. You rolled.
Stream is buffering a little bit. There we are.
Yeah,
We're back on.
it has been all night. For me, at least.
Okay.
And before I end my turn, I do have one question.
Yeah.
With the Black Dragon Tavern channel points, how does the name an NPC one work?
Well, you cash it in, and then usually what I would do is I would apply it to like an NPC on stream or a recurring NPC.
Okay.
So like if it's like I will work with the person turning in the channel points.
Okay.
If they want to, and they could tell me like I want it to be a one-off or I want this to be like an NPC that's a normal part of the game. Like it's not going to be like renamed Three Fingered Tom or anything like that, but
Yeah,
like
no.
one of the tavern keepers or whatever.
Now, let's say Strixball or Strixbale. Is that name up for negotiation?
Well, that's
God.
that's already a named NPC. Why? What were you gonna? What were you gonna? Why don't you whisper the name to me, like knowing you?
I was having a tough time pronouncing Strixbale, so I suggest rename it to this. VV is pronounced like a U.
Oh my god!
I can cash it in right now. 1500.
Oh my god! I know, but that violates what I said earlier about like using channel points to. It is pretty funny though.
I mean, I feel like if it doesn't impact gameplay, it's not like Deacon's using the channel points to
All right.
cheat.
All right, I'm gonna do it this one time.
All right, there we go.
1,500 points. GTK. Thank you, GTK, for redeeming your channel points in the biggest cheese puff move of the century to rename
You're
an
welcome.
NPC. All right, watch this, y'all. And you want to do this? You want to do this Roman style?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
We need content.
Let me change it here. Oh my god. I feel like a 15-year-old.
That's the
All
point.
right.
I do not like what's been happening with my character, so I'm going to start belittling the other characters. Everybody please meet the new big bad evil guy, Sucks Ball.
Oh my god. Okay, can we get on with the show?
I
I think we just lost two viewers over that. And by the way, I'm not sure if mystery viewer is out there or not, but happy belated birthday. I heard from a bird, a little birdie whispered in my ear and said yesterday was somebody's birthday and that somebody may be watching the channel. So thanks for tuning in. We are Black Jesus, I can't even talk. We are Black Dragon Tavern. I'm your host Dante.
I'm your host Deacon.
And then we do this like every Friday and Saturday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. And then every other Friday we play Dante's game from 8 p.m. to midnight. We will drop some stuff in the chat here that gives you a little bit of background on us. If you're lurking and watching in the background, excellent. We appreciate it. Drop in, say hi when you get a chance. All right, we're going to jump right back into the game. So that was Thorin. And now we're up to Caro, who can't really do anything because, again, there's this wall of flame. And I think what they're going to do is they're going to move... Where are they going to go? They're going to go here, closer to Sucks Ball, which I now have to, remember and protect Sucks Ball. So, okay. And then that brings us to the man, the myth, the legend himself, Sucks Ball.
Jesus Christ.
He is going to...
Dig, why would you do this?
He is going to... What's he going to do? What's it all about? They're screaming and they shout. How bad can I make it for Cal inside of there?
Why? I liked my flame walls.
That's a bit of a weird sentence, to be honest.
Well, okay, it's it reminds me of when we played Che Guevara, like
Oh
couple
yeah,
months
with
ago.
the
and when I had to pick that one
Okay.
card where I
Yep.
couldn't have I say
nobody else
that.
could enter your tent.
Yeah, like yeah,
Yep.
it kind of sucks for me, but like also not really. It's kind of vibing.
Okay. You get a pass for now. He's gonna move. He's gonna move a little bit here. And then that'll bring us to Lucian, who is in front of Hassan, who's going to try to slash you with that broadsword again. D100, you're an armor class 3, that's an 83, and that's still sucking wind. They can't hit you, you're standing right in front of you and they can't hit you.
Oh, thank God.
You've got, like, super luck. And that brings us to
Wow.
Hassan. Bottom of the order here.
Sad. That was super luck, but I mean, he's
So you can use your hand now, by the way.
several times. Okay. Okay.
Dynamo says, "Can we make Dante say that a few more times?"
Alright, I'm gonna pull out my dagger and try to stab this man.
Okay, you could make a reach for your weapon. I mean, if you wanted, it's up to you. It's the equivalent of, like, I grab it out of my backpack, or I pull it off my, out of my scabbard, or your cane if you wanted to reach for that, but
No, I'm gonna pull my dagger.
okay. Then go ahead and give me a to hit versus armor class 4.
That's gonna miss.
Okay. As a what are you trained? I thought you were trained.
AC4 would have been. No. AC4s. Yeah, I'd have needed 35% to hit AC4.
Are you untrained or?
I don't know. I'm looking at what my matrix says.
Okay. Yeah, you're untrained then, because you're a caster. You're a spellcaster. Okay. All right. Then that takes us to the top of the order. Nox, who is the one in front of Thorin. Now that you're back on your feet, and you're armed.
Now he has another chance to miss me. Or
Another chance.
The third
He's
crit in
gonna
a row.
He's gonna hit you with a 40. You just gonna straight up take it.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be for 6 points of damage.
Right down. Is it my turn?
Yes. No. That was Nox. No, Nox goes to Cal. Because we're all the way back up the top of the order.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I
and
was
then,
looking at the other guy next to me.
Then Cal's up.
Me. I'm in the firewalls and have no spell slots left.
I'm not laughing
out
at
of
you.
ideas.
I'm laughing at my dear friend over here in chat. Like, see what they're
Yes, Dante. How do you pronounce that?
Well, Deacon and Dynamoose,
No,
that
go
would be
ahead.
pronounced sucks ball. Alright, what are you going to do, Cal?
I have an idea. I don't know if I can do it or not. Because I don't know if I would even know how to do it, but I'll send I'll send it to you.
Just say it out loud if you want. I mean, okay, well here, can I
Yep.
use...
I already have it typed out. I was thinking about it.
Do you still have... Oh, you do! Well, okay, so here's the thing. If it were anything other than what it is, I would say yes, because the problem with that particular vent is it's not really flammable. It's not... It's... Yeah, like if it were another type of spirits, absolutely. So
I think that you would waste such good quality wine.
with scraps of rug too. There's,
I thought it'd be funny.
Do you have like lamp oil?
I don't know.
oh god, I'm so close to like feeding you this idea, but I can't because I'm the DM. But you don't even realize how close you are to something that possibly could work with that same stuff. But I'll let you suss that out.
I'm trying to think of what I have and what I can do, and I'm trying to like read and come up with things, but I don't. Wait. I have other. Wait. We never established what was left in that flask that I grabbed from the king's quarters, did we? I feel like.
We did. I'm gonna whisper to you what it was.
We did?
Yes.
The flask from the king's quarters. Didn't you use that to heal him?
No.
Oh, you did. You poured.
Oh, I did?
You poured that down Hassan's throat, and all it did was like give him a little buzz. It was just basically some booze in a flask.
And that was enough to cure poison?
No.
I don't think
carrying.
that didn't do anything.
No, other than give him a little drunk. No.
I'm on the precipice of greatness, and I have no idea how to. Can I be skipped?
You can pass. Yeah, you can pass. If you want to pass turn, yeah, sure. You know, hold your action or whatever.
I might just. Can I I don't know. I guess I don't know if these walls are going to come down or not, but can I just sort of ready myself to do something in case the walls do come down?
Yeah, you can hold action basically, and you say I ready a weapon, or
Oh, then can I? Yeah, well, ready action. I'm gonna. Can I search my pack for? I have an extra dagger, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Then I'm just gonna start searching for that, and hopefully maybe find it. And
okay, so you're basically like hanging tight because you can't really do anything. You're confined within this wall, the barrier of flame. You can't leap over it. You can't go under it.
yeah.
So you're just prepping yourself, getting ready. You're basically on Overwatch. Okay, so then it goes to Scudero. He's going to turn his attention here because you were pretty well occupied at the moment. So it's 5, 10, 15, 20. He's going to run up and attempt to stab Hassan with the dagger. $34, you're in armor class 3. I don't think that's going to hit. Oh.
Dynamoose, to answer your thing real quick, I do not think they could tunnel under the wall because we are in a big stone chamber, and I don't think anybody actually has mining tools.
So that hits you. It makes it by 1%, and it's a dagger. So that's gonna do D4, 1 point of damage. 1 measly point of damage to Hassan. That brings us to Lexus, which is here on the side of Thorn. This is the one that critted you, right?
I lost track of which one critted me.
So you just got hit with an 18%, and that's going to be... I'm surprised
That's
you're not
not a
trying to...
crit, though, right?
No, you're surprised you're not trying to dodge.
Well, the rules that I had remembered were from... were probably outdated, but the ones that I remembered were dodging took up your action, so if you dodged an attack, you just wouldn't be able to hit back or anything when it came around to your turn. So I decided it's just not worth dodging because I'd be giving up an attack.
Yeah, I've got them under rules references, combat rules, and details.
I have that, but it didn't specify that, so I was just going under the assumption that that's how it still worked. Because it says, it breaks it down into offensive tactics and defensive tactics, and it says one or the other must be declared prior to engaging an opponent in any given round.
Let me go through this real quick. Yeah, 2 groups of combat tactics that can be used. Yeah, but one or the other must be declared prior to engaging. Yep. Okay. So yeah, like if you know that like your turn's coming up and you know that you're going to get hit, you basically say I'm going to try to attempt to dodge this blow. Okay. So that's going to be 7 points of damage.
Okay.
Then you're up.
I have a question about
Yes.
taking an action. I have a bracelet of minor healing. It's 1d4 wounds once daily. From what I remember, that's just like, you shake your wrist and then it's like, ooh, it does its thing. Could I just do that while I'm performing another action because it's just there? Or how does that work? Because I haven't actually used this thing since the last party.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's like, it seems like if it's a complete action, that's a bit much, but it's also a little cheesy. Like if you can do that in combat, like I shake it, but it's once per day, right? Is I think what it was.
Once daily.
So it doesn't take a whole lot to do that, and I'll say I'll give that to you.
Okay. Real quick, I'm gonna do that.
So you get 1 hit point back.
Yay.
You're rolling like me now.
For my action, yeah, exactly. For my action, you heard of Code Geass? I'm going to try Hypnosis again on the, what is this dude's name?
Bonus action. You see what Eric put in the chat?
No, I did not. I was trying to read the, yeah.
It's the Nat 1.
Yep. Lex 6.
Yeah, it's supposed to be an S.
His name is.
I mistyped it. Lexus.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that's what you meant when you were saying you liked using the letter X in names. You're just gonna put it in there multiple times.
Like Knox, Fox,
Yeah.
Lexus, Maximilian.
Right, so, Lexus, I am going to cast Hypnosis on them. Which is a save versus willpower. Or wisdom, I guess.
So I'm gonna roll this open.
Alright.
D20. They did not make it.
What a shame. Do you
So
remember
what are the
happened
effects?
in code? They are under my control, and I can make them do anything unless it is radically against their belief or alignment.
Okay.
Do you remember what happened in Code Geass?
Vaguely, like it was a long time ago when we watched it. Like we.
So he does the thing, and his eye glows, and then he's like, I blah blah blah. Long
Eye
story short,
glows. I see what you did there.
hypnosis. Yeah, long story short, hypnosis. So I'm just gonna, if it is allowed, I'm just gonna have Lexus kill themselves. Just take an enemy out of combat.
Interesting.
Holy shit!
I don't know. It doesn't seem like suicide would be completely against their belief or alignment because they're into some weird culty shit.
They just like pull out like a thing of like water and like a little like thing of like drink mix, and they just dump it in there and
Yeah.
they shake them.
Oh god.
Down it.
Oh no.
Kool-Aid time,
Not that.
baby!
Oh, so did you see the other requirements of that spell? The caster must have in their should instead of his or her, I should have put their possession a small, highly polished object such as a coin or medallion, and must have
I
the
have coins
attention.
in my possession.
Yeah, and plus you shook your bracelet, so I'll give you that. I'll just say that you
Yeah.
shook that bracelet.
Plus, hold on. Plus, let me say, they have been attacking me for like the last 3 rounds. I would say I got their attention.
Obey the command
Don't
of the
you
caster's
also
own
have
subject
gems
is not
and
commanded
stuff?
to do anything.
Well, yeah, I got like coins, I got gems, I have an amulet. I have a bracelet, I got the drip.
So you're making
And
a
they've had,
suggestion. So okay, let me do this, and this is the
Okay.
only bit that I'm gonna maybe metagame here, feed you a little bit. Is if you do this, and you have to make it in the form of a suggestion. You hypnotize them, but you have to give them a suggestion that is in line with their belief. So it could be something like, I'm gonna send this to you as a whisper. Okay, this is the one and only time. Thorin.
Okay, so is that...
Hold on.
I was just gonna ask, is making it like a suggestion, is that supposed to be part of the spell, or is that just like for this NPC? Because if it's supposed to be part of the spell, it's not written down there.
No, you'll understand what I'm saying. I'm not doing anything that's outside of the rules. I'm saying in order for this to work, based on the argument
okay.
that you used, and in order for it to align with how the spell is described,
Yeah, okay.
this is what I would recommend. And I didn't know if you were going to come around to that on your own, so that's why I wanted to say.
I was, but I just wasn't... I hadn't gotten to that point yet, because we were still trying to figure out like the shiny and the...
Yeah, see, even Eric is... even Eric in the chat's going the same way that I was going. That's basically how you want to phrase it.
Yeah. No, I was getting there. I thought you were still on the trying to figure out if I had their attention or whatever. So I'm gonna say,
you're good.
like, I'm gonna do like the fancy anime thing. I'm gonna say like your deity needs a sacrifice. Why don't you make it yourself?
Okay. Well, so they failed their roll. So you see them take their blade. You know, they've got it like towards you. You see them take their blade and they go like this. They go, and they fall over in front of you.
Wild. Well, there goes one more combat thing.
They're called people, not combat thing.
Combat thing. Oh my god. That was Lucian, right? Or was that Nox?
That was
Lucian, the one-
Lexus.
Or Lexus,
No,
yeah.
that was Lexus, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So they're down and out. That was your turn. That takes us to Chiaro, which is here. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 5, 10. Dino Moose. That's a cool little thing. Is that bits? Did you just donate Bits? I don't understand how. I heard that. I heard that noise earlier,
That
but
looks like bits.
wow, awesome! Thank you.
Thank you.
It's supposed to come up in screen and say there's supposed to be a little thing that tells us that. Maybe I don't have that turned on. Thank you, Dynamoose. I like that the the rip emote that Eric is using. That's pretty cool. That's cool. That's the first time. Just so we just got affiliated recently, and that's the first time anybody's used bits. And I apologize for not being more on top of like how that works, but thank you so much. All right, so 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm gonna move Cairo up here, and then they're going to cast Arcane Bolt at you, at Thorin. That's going to be 2d4. So it's going to be 4 points of damage unless you can give me a save versus Dex.
I think that makes it. So 2 points.
2 points, yeah. Oh, there's so many bad jokes I can make about that. What you just said. I threw $5 at them, and now I have little thingies. How's everybody doing, by the way? Do we need to take a little break? Are we good here? Should we marshal on?
I'm good to keep going.
I'm good. Yeah.
All good over there, Sarah?
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
I'm asking the roommate.
It's quite all right. So we got that. Who's going to be up next? Oh, it's Dino Moose's favorite character will be up next, but I'm going to wait for Sarah to see if they.
Yeah, can we take a quick break?
Sounds good.
Sure, everybody good with that?
All right.
Okay.
Yep.
So Twitch, we're going to take a little break here. Everybody's going to go get a fresh drink and take a little nature break, and we will be back in 15 minutes
15?
or less. The counter's going to say 15 minutes, and we may use up the whole time, or we may come back sooner. It just we'll see. But hang in there, stick around, and we're going to grab some snacks, and we will be right back.
See you in a
Just
bit.
gotta find where I put my. Here we go. Back in 15. Hey, welcome back to Black Dragon Tavern. I'm your host, Dante.
And I'm your host, Deacon.
And here we are in the second segment of, we're in the second half of the stream for Dante's game, Session 5, at the Throne of the Exiled King. Our party, up to this point, if you're just tuning in, they are in the middle of a battle with some cult members that have taken over this abandoned tower of this exiled king. And they're here to investigate several different rumors that they've heard and are not quite sure about.
Yes.
So they're trying to get to the bottom of that. But right now, they're like...
Right now, let me tell you,
deep,
our
like...
party. Right now, our party is locked in a deadly and grueling combat where we have done things such as making the enemy hurt themselves and calling them mean names like Sucksball.
Yeah, and some Twitch viewers have even cashed in their channel points, their quest points, to rename
I
NPCs
don't know what you're talking about.
to like adolescent nicknames.
I told you we're calling them mean names.
And other Twitch viewers have chipped in their channel points to give me inspiration,
This is true.
which
Yeah, I
I
guess so,
appreciate.
All right, so
Where were
let's
we?
dive right back in. We were Dynamoos's favorite evil priest Sucksball was just about to
Yes.
take their move.
Sucksball.
So let's see. What is Sucksball gonna do? Things are looking still pretty good. I'm gonna eat another Oreo while I think about this. Twitch is like, come on, get on with it. Alright. I think I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, he's gonna target Thorin, who is starting to become a thorn in his side, and 4, 5, 6, it's gonna be Hassan. So roll D6. 1, 2, 3, it's Thorin.
Cool.
The Thorin. He's like, you, Master Dwarf, the troublemaker. He says,
I really want to pull out the you have 10 seconds to make a decision, but I'm afraid that I'm gonna get the divine smite brought down on me.
That's true. He says,
In the form of you losing your turn next time you take more than 10 seconds to do something.
you sound really quiet, Gryphon.
You do. I was gonna say I thought that was just on my end.
I don't know if the volume of your mic went down or what's going on, but your audio level is really kind of quiet there.
Huh. I'm not sure why, because literally nothing has changed between
Huh, okay.
now and when I... Is it back to normal?
No.
No, it's still a little quiet, but that's okay. It's not unbearably quiet, like we're really struggling. It just sounded, like audibly noticeable. Okay, so Sucksball looks at Thorin and says, "Let's give you a taste of your own medicine, shall we?" And he gestures towards you and says, "It would be a shame if you walked over and stabbed your party member there. So I need you, Thorin, to give me a save versus wisdom."
That'll make it.
Ooh, like a boss. You basically told him to go piss up a rope. He's like, "Heathen, heretic, you will pay for your insolence."
Whenever he tries to hypnosis me, I'm just gonna hit him with the old Captain America. No, I don't think I will.
So okay, next one up is the one that is on Hassan. And he is going to be pretty soon asked to turn in his like evil cultist card if he can't make a hit here. Broadsword against
He's hit me
Hassan.
several times already. You know,
Has he?
doesn't-
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a 91,
Nice.
so he's getting his card punched. And then
Well,
that
I'm
takes
sure
us
next
to
time
that
my
takes
turn
us to
comes
Hassan.
around.
Miss 10 times, become the next sacrifice.
Well, I can do massive.
So you
doses
have
now that
two-
I remembered it. So
You have two targets in front of you, Hassan. So you tell me which one you're going to attempt to deal with, or what you're going to do.
I'm gonna. Okay, the more importantly looking person in front of me. I'm gonna use my last spell slot to attack him with another arcane bolt.
which is the more important looking one?
The rogue guy.
Okay. He's actually He's actually the lesser of the two. I mean, he has some minor spell casting abilities, as you've seen, but the bigger danger to you is the other one, the Lucian, the guard.
Oh, but by killing the rogue dude, you could be interrupting the ritual.
It's still
You didn't
from
actually
that.
hear that because he didn't actually say that to you because that's metagaming. So
Oh, I thought you were talking about the chanting. My bad.
no, I was
Are they
talking.
still chanting? I feel like they have to have stopped by now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they've stopped by now, but even still,
I feel like whatever they were doing is already good and interrupted, but
Probably.
okay. So you want to go for the adept?
actually, no, I'm gonna go for him with my dagger.
Okay, for the adept or for the bodyguard?
Yeah, for the adept.
Okay, so go ahead and make your roll. I'm not sure if there was a macro for that in your quick bar or not, but 88. They're in armor class 3, but I still don't think that's going to make that.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Okay. Top of the order. You've got one left in front of you. Nox. Keeper
Indeed I do.
Nox. And he's going to try to strike you down. He's
Try to.
swearing curses at you.
He just
Like,
watched
very-
his friend commit suicide.
Derogatory curses
That's
at your
true,
dwarven
but
self.
he's also missed almost all of the attacks that he's tried on me, and the only ones that hit were because I was laying on. What did I tell you? The only attack
Oh
he's hit on
my
me because I was
God.
rolling around on the ground.
Wow. Wow.
And this whole like,
And
cultist
not even
training
wah wah
program
wee wah.
thing
Like,
is-
this is just
Yeah.
wow. Like, this sucks. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
wah,
that's
wee, wah.
that's Nox's turn. Okay, so Cal,
Me!
are you doing anything this turn? Or are you just gonna hang around?
Can I think, can I, if I coat, like, my dagger in something, would it depend on what that something is? To like, see if it would survive being near the flame, or... Because I have holy water still. And if I dump that on my blade...
Griffin, hush.
Because it's
No
water,
metagaming.
and the flame would make
That's
it
not
evaporate.
metagaming. That's just knowing how.
You're
fire works.
not there though, so don't contribute to. Okay, so what are you thinking, Cal?
Well, I was thinking, if I have a dagger, right, and I
Right.
douse it in holy water, and stab something with it, especially, one of these culty people, considering it burned the one dude. W- would that work? And if so, then if I did it now in preparation for my next turn,
This is painful. You're so close, and like I'm like, "Ugh," and I can't say anything. You're overthinking it. That's the only hint
No,
I'm going to give you. Think
I'm
about
like,
what you
I
just
know I
said.
could probably, like, lob a thing of holy water over this wall of flames, but that's boring.
I think
That's the
Thorin gets it. I can see the look. Oh, Cal.
Based on what I
Oh,
was saying, I think I've
I
we're all like biting our lips right now because nobody's gonna feed you anything, but you are so close. Just think it
have
through
no
a little
mouth
bit.
and I must metagame.
you have no mouth.
Think, think. What do you have? What do you have that you just mentioned?
I'm aware that I have water and there's
Stop.
fire in front
Stop.
of me.
Yes, okay.
I'm aware of that.
Okay. And so?
But I don't want to waste the cool water on the lame flames.
Okay, I mean, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I mean, okay, so what are you going to do for your turn?
Can I just, like... I have use of both of my arms now, actually. Can I, like, keep one of my daggers in one hand and then just a bottle in the other? And, like, again, keep just ready? I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Okay, so you ready a dagger? You ready a dagger? I'm sorry, these I just lost my earbud here. These things are really uncomfortable because they keep slipping out. Okay, you ready a dagger and a vial of holy water in the other. Okay, so then that's going to take us to Skuro, who is up here in front of Hassan, and he's like desperately, ineffectually, trying to die, heretic. Let's see. You land a hit. 61. That's not going to hit. Hassan's ducking and dodging as these blows are coming at him. He's like batting them off with his. That'll take us to. Who went down? Lexus? Okay.
So those
let me
can
see.
Or should.
Yeah, I don't know if I can remove just one. Yeah, there we go. I took him out of the order. So, Thorin, you're up.
I am going to try mass hypnosis.
Excellent. So tell us again how it works.
Alright, so I will cast mass hypnosis,
Okay.
and the way it works is the people I choose will be affected by said hypnosis, assuming they fail a wisdom save.
Right. So that means there's going to be 1, 2, 3,
3
4,
wisdom save.
5 wisdom saves.
No, 3, because it's one person per level of ability, and I can only cast up to level 3.
Okay, then you need to tell me explicitly who you want to cast it on. I can make an assumption, but yeah, Eric, this is it's homebrew. It's homebrew that is based off of old school D&D, like the first edition D&D and a little bit of second edition. It's mostly based off of a system called Arcanum, which came out in the 1980s by a company called Bard Games. And it was a standalone supplement that could be played as its own RPG, fantasy RPG system, or could be converted to use back then with AD&D, second edition. We also used the critical hit tables from Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, and I used some of the weapons and matrix charts from an old game from the 1970s called Chivalry and Sorcery. No, Deacon, I think that's a little more complex than the spirit of the spell was intended.
So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this dude in front of me.
Okay.
Gonna do Skiro. Oh, I think that's Skiro. This dude and the two in front of Hassan.
Okay.
All right. I require a wisdom save for each of them, please.
Okay, we're going to start with Nox, the one in front of you.
We do this open?
Yes, I am.
Sounds good.
Nox failed. We're going to go Scuro. Roll the 20. Failed. And Lucien, the bodyguard. Failed. Your smile tells me everything I need to know. So, let's just do this.
You know what's gonna happen.
Okay, but you need to say the words.
Real quick, would I have... I know out of game that the other one was Lexus, but would Thorin... I'm assuming Thorin would not know that that's their name? The one that I did this to before?
You wouldn't know any of the names probably unless they said And technically the way I should have done this is I should have had you cast the spell, give the command, and then deal. I would secretly roll the fallout, and then you would see who was still standing and who wasn't. But it's okay. It's all right.
Okay. It's okay.
601, half dozen of the other. So
I wasn't sure if I could call the last person out by name, if Thorin knew the name or not, but I will say your deceased companion was not enough. Your deity requires more sacrifices, and you three shall have to make do.
Okay. Well, I mean, in the way that the spell's written, in the spirit of that, and they failed their wisdom save, and it is in line with what they would do because of their zealotry. So, effectively...
Probably not the right thing to be saying at this action, but... Hassan, you're saved!
So, you see these three cult members, two of which are like heavily armored bodyguards, and this adept. And he basically takes the knife and like plunges it in his chest, and then the other ones basically do the same thing. They take their swords to their own throats, and they fall down in front of you.
Look at that, Hassan, you're safe.
This is probably one of the rare times where that spell would work that way because, again, it's based on like
zealotry.
their beliefs.
Their
What they would. They would sacrifice themselves for their. Yeah.
I'm sure, and this is gonna sound really psychotic, actually, now that I think about it. But I was gonna say, I'm sure you could think of a way to word that for most NPCs to fit within their alignment.
So Lucien is out of the mix. Scudero is out of the mix. Nox is out of the mix.
Well, we still got Suckball and Cairo.
Yep. So, let me see. How's that going to affect them? I'm going to make him roll a save versus bravery.
Let's go.
And that's just going to be on a straight up roll, D20 roll. He fails. So
Odd.
he's got to run 5, 10, 15, 20. He's got to retreat 5, 10, 15, 20 feet away. So that's first failed bravery. What?
Am I within range of seeing what he just did? Like,
Well-
can I see that he just ran away, or
Yeah, like he was standing right here,
Okay.
like 15 feet away from you.
I'm just gonna taunt him if I can. I'm just gonna shout like, "Go, run back to your circle. See what good it does you."
Okay.
I'm really hoping that the circle doesn't do him good. Now that I think about it.
Okay. Sucks Ball is going to stand up like a champ.
Couldn't hypnotize themselves to throw themselves into the wall of flame. I could, but he said earlier the wall of flame only does 1d6 damage each, and this is just a faster way of doing this. And Eric, to your thing, their weapons probably don't do enough to kill them in a single strike, but because specifically, like, you know, it's like if I got hit in the arm, then it would do whatever the damage rolled. But, you know, if you get stabbed, like, through the neck, then it's going to be more damage than just...
Yeah,
you know.
even if they were like, even if they were just incapacitated, it'd be enough to give the party the advantage. But he's going for the, you know, he told them sacrifice yourself to your god. And they're gonna take that to the letter, and they're gonna do whatever they think is the fastest way to go. Okay, so let me get my head screwed back on straight here. He failed. Sucks Ball passed. He rolled 17. And it comes to Gryphon. To Hassan.
Well,
2 targets down in front of you. You have 2 left remaining.
I'm gonna grab my cane and throw my last arcane bolt at Suckball.
That's 4 damage still.
Yeah, but he gets a save. So 2 damage.
I was just typing a message to Eric there. Okay, so 4 damage to Sucks Ball, and let's see if he can dodge that. D20. 9 is not going to make it, so he takes 4 damage. Alright. So that takes us to the top of the order, to Cal. And while all this is going on, and you can start to see a little clearer, the walls of the flames start to dissipate and come down, leaving you standing roughly 10 feet away from the cult leader, who has pretty much his back to you.
You said how many feet?
Well, 5 feet, 10 feet.
If I snuck up on this man, my movement speed would be 15 feet. Right?
Yes, indeedly do.
I'm gonna sneak up on him, back here. I'm gonna use my dagger upon him.
Okay, hold on
If the-
1 second. Let me take a look at one thing in your character sheet.
Of one. Also, just to clarify, I picked up second, because I know we fought some slime things last time, and so
Right.
my like utility dagger
Yeah.
is bad. But I picked up a second dagger that has it's a 1d4 plus 1.
Out of the armory.
So yeah, so I'm using that one, not the one that's
Yep.
hidden in gross. So, make
So
that
okay, give me a save versus stealth. Do you have stealth as a skill?
I don't think so.
Then give
I'm-
me a if you don't have it explicitly as a skill in your bio, in your character sheet, then give me a save versus dex. And then add any bonuses that you would get.
Save versus dex.
Like a champ. Alright, so you did it. So you sneak up real quiet behind. Now you have to make the to hit roll.
Okay, so it's 1.
And I'm going to give you, I'll give you a plus 10% to hit. Because
Okay.
you're sneaking up behind. And they're unawares.
Alright. It's just a flat
Okay.
D100, and
Ooh, nice.
that hits.
That's going to hit. Yep.
Wait, are you... What? Could that be a crit? I don't know
No.
what...
No,
Okay.
not on a 29. If it were like, if it were double digits...
That's plus 10% though, so that's a 19.
It still doesn't crit.
Well, I wasn't sure. Because I don't know what you are as far as, like, highly trained, untrained.
It does. I can tell you right now, it doesn't crit. I don't know about
Yeah.
that either, but it doesn't. So that's it'd be like
Okay.
that.
Okay, so roll your damage.
That sucks ball.
So it's going to double. So 10 points.
Bad.
Alright.
Finally out of this flame prison.
So he feels that. Like, you hear, ah! His arms flail up and his back arches as he screams out in pain. So that's a good one. That's a good solid hit.
Stabbed in the
And he
kidney.
wasn't expecting that at all.
Yay.
Alright. So that takes us to Thorin.
Would you look at the time? I still have more spell slots available. You know what's going to happen, right?
I don't, but that's why you got to tell me. That's why you're playing your character. So
I think
tell
it's
me what
time
you're going
for
to
some
do.
mass hypnosis. Can you please give me a wisdom save for, what is that, Cairo and Sucks Ball?
Yes, and
Do you want me to give the command first this time?
yeah, just go ahead. Tell me how you're going to do it. Same way.
Yeah, same way. Just gonna say, like, your feeble companions here have not summed up to much. Your deity still requires sacrifices. I'm really uncreative. Your deity still requires sacrifices, and you two shall be the final ones. And then I'm gonna really hope that I'm not just gonna sound like an idiot if they pass.
Okay, so here's for Cairo. He fails, and then here's for
Please, RNGs.
sucks ball.
RNGs, please.
And then what's his bonus? That's one thing I haven't been adding
He's
there. I'm just
he's
gonna roll it
gotta
straight
be pretty high up there, right?
Yeah, so +3.
Ooh.
So he stands up and just laughs at you.
But Pyro, Skiro, did
Not.
not.
They failed. Cairo failed.
Yeah, exactly. So he should do it, right? Because he failed.
Yeah. What was it? Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say, while he's laughing at me, you may laugh at me, but look at your friend behind you. I'll kind of gesture towards Cairo in the circle.
You gonna do the Elden Ring point to the ground? Stay down.
Point down. Down. Exactly.
Okay. Okay, that's Thorin. Cairo is out. Sucks ball. Alright, it's time to get serious here. Let's see. That's a cool emote. What kind of nasty tricks do I have up my sleeve?
Wait. Oh, it's that one. I love that emote.
Arcane bolts. Okay. Let's see.
Is this where Sucksball starts pulling out, like, his massive vortex of eternal pain and all of his, like, max level spells?
No, but what he does, you see him bow down, take a knee,
no.
and as he takes a knee, he pulls out this thing from his sleeve and he starts drawing on the floor in front of him, this little symbol, this triangle, and he looks at the bodyguard in front of you and says, "Arise and kill."
I don't like when they do that. I love when they do that. Oh my god, I can't wait till it's my turn.
So, yeah, so what happens is you see this body that was previously crumpled in a pool of blood in front of you stand up, heft up its sword, and basically take a whack at you again.
Oh, nice, nice. It's
Hitting you, that is going to be a hit. So
congrats,
gotta
buddy. Looks like
roll.
dying really helped you there.
D1, 1d10 plus 1 for 8 points of damage.
Okay. Let me just. Oh god, I hate that I've just rolled. It's 8, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
His little head's kind of lopping over, like a big gaping wound there.
Cool.
That's okay. That I recognize that emote, that bit emote. Nice, thank you. Okay, what's going on over there, Deacon?
I negated the damage, or not negated. Sorry, I subtracted the damage from it.
Oh, okay. I thought I was waiting. I thought you had said something. That's why I was just waiting.
Oh no. It's
okay.
It's still his turn.
No, he's done. That was his
Hassan's
action.
now, I suppose.
Yeah, now it's Hassan. Yep.
Okay.
And then I've got to bring this guy back in.
Alright. San is gonna. So, Where all is Sucksball looking like?
He is this dude down here.
On Thorin?
It's the one here in front of Cal.
Thorin, is his attention on Cal?
It's this one right here. Can you see that?
Yeah, no,
But the attention.
Oh, his attention right now is on Thorin.
Okay.
But I mean, he's not like tunnel vision, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, but he's not turned towards Cal with his back to me. Basically.
That's correct.
What I'm at. Okay. Still. I'm gonna run up at him and I'm gonna like kind of like I'm gonna try to just like tackle him to the ground, I guess.
Okay. So move your token in. Move your token up to one of the squares adjacent to the token. Okay.
Actually, no. I want to try to like. I'm gonna try to like just kind of throttle him with my cane if I can. good.
Okay. I'm gonna move you. I'm gonna move you just into one of these squares so that you're there. You are, because otherwise you're like kind of in between.
Right.
So you're just gonna smash him with a cane.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. I need to send you a message real quick. Just out of curiosity. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So treat it. We'll treat it as like a blunt weapon. That's going to change a couple things, but that's fine. So you need to make your normal to hit roll. He is in armor class. I don't know if anybody's actually made a. I think Cal just did. Armor class 4.
Okay.
Nice.
Wait, no, that's the wrong thing to roll.
Yeah, you need to roll a D100.
Yeah,
And I'll give you a +5. Even that won't help. Because that's super high. Okay, so you swing and like because he's down on one knee, he's able to like dodge pretty easily. You know, you swing like trying to smash his skull in, and he just and the blow goes by. Okay, so I put Knox back in the initiative, so I'll just do that up, and then that brings us all the way to the top of the order. Cal. So you've got Strix or Sucks Ball. I'm sorry, Dynamoose. Sucks Ball is in front of you on their knee. You know, and they're like chanting and trying to dodge these things.
Chanting and dodging? Sounds like a lot. Cool.
Have you ever seen the movie Reservoir Dogs?
Me?
Yes.
No, I haven't.
It's really not for psychopaths, I can tell you that, because it's anyway, it's kind of an inside joke. If you ever get a chance to watch that movie, it's pretty gruesome. It's not a stretch. Like, he's not focused. He doesn't have to maintain focus. Some spells require like the inscription of a symbol. Some require a focus, and if the focus is broken, you know, they can do that. And some
I feel,
you just
I'm
you know
sorry,
you can chant an incantation.
With all the messages Dynamoose is sending, I feel I've made a grave error when choosing his new name.
That's hilarious. Okay, so what do you do?
I'm just gonna uncork the holy water and just dump it on him, I guess.
Okay.
Cool.
So yeah, you're still behind. Although he's aware there's somebody there, he can't split his attention into like 17 different places. So go ahead and give me a roll again, and I believe it was 2d6, right?
I believe so. Yeah, I think so. 2d6. I don't have to roll the hit, do I?
No, I'll give it to you as just a like simple dump. You know.
Yeah, because he's just kind of in front of me.
Okay, 6. 6 points
He's
of
melting,
radiant damage.
He's melting.
So he feels that, and he's screaming, you know, like cursing you, like, look up, heathen infidel, you know.
He's getting
I
holy
will
water
save
dumped on
your
him and
soul
I'm
for
defeated.
last.
Got it.
Okay, so it's going to be Thorin. You're up next.
It's my turn. Nox is undead, right?
That's correct.
Undead.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, that's a good question. He's been raised, but I don't know if he counts as undead. I would because there's nothing. Uh, yeah, we'll call it undead.
Okay. I don't know if these guys are low leveled or not, but if we're making all the jokes about sucks ball names, I'm gonna have to make the jokes too. I'm gonna reach into my pants and jingle my bells. I have bells of the righteous, which turn lower level undead.
Oh my god. Do you?
So,
Where did you get the bells of the
I have
righteous?
no fucking clue, but they've been on my character sheet this whole time.
You got a bit for the Bauhaus reference. Okay. I remember those coming in somewhere, but what does that do again?
it was in the old camp. It was in the old party with Sam
Okay.
and Gwyn.
Yeah. Y'all are
But
getting too
that's
powerful. I'm gonna have to start kicking some asses around here. All right. So you jingle your balls.
It's just turns lower level undead, and
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's gonna work or not because I don't know if he counts as lower level or not.
Yeah. So that would be
I'm just
like
trying that out just to see if it does anything.
yeah, and I'll tell you under the Turn Undead I almost said channel. This week on the Turn Undead channel. Wouldn't that be funny? I will tell you on the Turn Undead chart.
Right. I don't even know what turn undead does. I'm just putting that out there right now.
Yeah, it'd be a good thing for me to put in here. I should scan it and put it in here. But there is a table, so they would be considered lower level because they're only like a third level character.
Can I ask what the bracket for
Your
that is?
fifth.
Is lower level lower than me, or is it a specific range of numbers for low level?
Well, first, second, third, fifth is getting kind of like mid-level. 10th is getting pretty high. Like 10th is like virtually epic because like
for sure.
Most people don't make it through my game to that level, but you're about halfway there. So if you had the normal spell, the priest's spell, turn undead at level 6, you would automatically turn any creatures of level 1, and then your to hit rolls would be so, not your to hit, but your d20 rolls would be so low, so crazy at that point. Okay, so we're treating this as a magical item that turns lower level creatures, so it's just an automatic turn. Yes. And what that means basically is they're not banished, they're not destroyed, so they've got to retreat and not come within. That's the one thing the table doesn't tell me. I think that's in a different part of the in the different part of that.
Oh, okay. So turn undead is just make them go away, not like turn
them
on whoever.
Yeah, they won't approach you, so he's got to go back.
That sucks.
I think it's 50 feet. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40,
I mean,
45.
it's better than nothing.
So basically, he's got to shuffle all the way back here.
Yeah.
Won't come near you.
I'm just gonna assume that counts as my action.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So next up is Sucks Ball, who has 2 targets. I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3. It's Cal. 4, 5, 6. It's Hassan. D6. Going for Cal. So let's see. What is he going to do?
He's mad because I keep dumping holy water on him. I'm just hoping it's not another flame wall.
If only there was like an easy way to get out of that you could have tried.
NFDL, NFDL, NFDL.
Let's see.
Also, says the person who didn't realize they had hypnosis or mass hypnosis.
Hey, thanks for the subscription, GTK, for the gifted sub. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, Dynamus.
Alright, let's see. This worked pretty good last time.
There's more flame walls.
Let's see. Do I want to do that? All right. So, you're going to get hit with 7 points of damage unless you can make a successful save versus Dex. So he turns around and like casts out this arcane bolt at you.
Again? They should know by now that my dex is pretty good. I'm gonna say that and I'm gonna roll so bad.
Exactly.
What?
It's not horrible.
You made it.
It is
So
good.
you'll take 4 points.
Okay.
Nox can't do anything. He won't come within 50 feet of Thorin, which technically means he can't even engage up here and in anything at this point or beyond. So it takes us to Hassan.
So, okay, question. Because Sucks just turned around to attack Cal, so has he turned his back to me effectively?
He's kind of sideways between the two of you, like between, it's like having one on each side of you. I mean, it's not that he's like 180 degrees turned around one way or the other. So,
Yeah, Dynamus Nox is under a restraining order right now.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's one of our. That's cool. I just noticed that you used the hype emote, the BDT hype emote. That's cool. I rarely get to see him used in chat. All right, so what are you doing, Hassan?
I want to try to move around so that I'm like a bit more behind him. I don't want to try to get I want to try to get my cane around his neck, like holding it and have it around his neck, and throttling him with it.
So, okay, you're going to try to strangle him with a cane?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a grapple. Like, you need to make, you need to give me, a save versus, let's see. It's going to be basically your strength versus his. He gets a save versus strength, see if you can break free. So, give me a save versus strength to see if you can grapple him and hold him with your cane. You have to you trying this from the front? Or are you going to try to move around behind him and do this?
I want to try to move around behind him.
Okay, okay, either way you didn't make your strength roll. So you wouldn't have been able to do the grapple. So let's put you here. So you failed your grapple attempt. So I'm not gonna. I won't bother like trying to defeat it since it didn't take anyway. So there's not a lot else that can be done there. That's going to take us all the way back to the top of the order for Cal.
I'm just, I guess, stab him again.
Okay, give me a to hit roll. You're so close to the end of this. It's like this is dragging on. We keep losing viewers like every 5 minutes that this goes on. We're down to 4 now. It's hilarious.
He's at armor level 4.
He's
right?
AC 4. AC 4.
That
4.
doesn't hit.
Okay. All right. Thorin.
Why am I doing that?
So this is 5. Wait, if I go on a diagonal, does that still count as 5, or is that
It's just
10?
yeah. I don't penalize that. It's 5.
10, 15. I moved. Can I attack him?
Yeah.
All right. Nice. That doesn't hit.
Oh, 69, dude. Oh, that's a bummer. So you didn't hit him. All right. Okay. Sucks. It's his turn. What can he do?
You might want to back Nox up a bit.
Yeah, so now you're 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. So he'll go back here. Twitch can't see that off stream, but or on stream because it's out of the focus of the frame. But I can bring this around like this. Okay. So he's gonna move 10, 15, 20 feet. And then he's going to cast Wall of Flame here.
I just got out of the firebox. I don't want to be put back in.
I could make it a ring if that would make you happier, and then we could sing.
Would we?
I don't think you could sing it, but it would be different than a firebox, so who knows?
Shoot. It changed.
All right,
it
sweet
changed.
Animus, thanks for stopping in, and thanks for the bits.
Thank you for the inspiration.
We'll see you. Have a good night. Thanks for all the bits and the. Hope you enjoyed the gifted sub. Check us out. We'll be back tomorrow night. Probably doing some kit bashing and whatnot from the workbench. Otherwise, we will be back here in 2 weeks for the next session of Dante's game. All right. So yeah, you fell into a burning ring of fire. All right. That brings us back up to Nox. Nox can't do anything. That takes us to Hassan.
Okay.
Have a good night.
See you tomorrow.
Doc. Here. guess I'm gonna yell from inside the fire. Thorin,
Aye.
capture him. Take him alive if you can. I want to be able. Need to be able to question him.
Righto. That all you doing?
Looking. Looking at my spell list to see if there's something else I can do. Oh wait, I already used my last spell slot. Yeah, no, yeah, that's all I'm.
Okay, so you yelled something to Thorin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that takes us back up to the top of the order. Cal.
Me. Trapped in the flame walls again.
What a shame. If only there was something that you could do that we've all been nudging you towards for the entire session. Don't let this be like the train.
Fighting the urge to just not do it. Because I want to be annoying. I'm fighting the urge real hard. I don't. This is the problem. If I don't know if it would be enough to even do anything. This is a lot of fire.
You'll never know until you try. 10 seconds.
I'm gonna grab out a vial of holy water from in my pack and try dousing the flames to see if I can get out.
Okay.
They're doing it. They're doing it.
So, Hassan, you see Cal furiously digging through their backpack, and they find this box. They unlatch the box, and there are 6 vials of holy water in there, and they're
What are
like
6 vials of holy
basically
water?
like test tubes. And they take one out, and they pop the cork on it, and the power of Christ compels you, exorcist style.
Yeah.
Throw the holy water onto the flame. And you see this big... You see the flames, like, part open where the holy water hits it. Like Moses parting the Red Seas.
I'm gonna shout back, "Aye, what'd you do there? You got out quicker than last time." Sorry,
All right.
I'm just like twisting the knife now.
So now it goes up to Thorin.
It is my turn. I've got 2 spell slots. Two spell slots left. I am going to cast Bands of Force on Suck's Ball. It is a save versus strength, and if they fail it, they are bound and helpless for 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. Save versus strength.
Unless
Let's
they
see.
weigh excess of 400 pounds.
Nope. Roll D20. And that's a straight up
Shit.
13. So they make it. 50-50 chance.
Damn.
Sucks Ball's turn. Says, little dabbler in the dark arts, let's challenge each other's wits, shall we? So he says, it'd be a shame if you just suddenly felt
I see how this is gonna go.
sleepy. So give me a save versus Constitution.
Ooh, versus Constitution. I do even better than that. Not good enough. Or is that good enough? I don't know.
You rolled a 12. Yeah, that makes it.
Okay.
It's 11 or higher.
Well, I'm not tired enough yet.
Okay, so basically there's a 10-foot by 10-foot cloud surrounding you, and 10 by 10 by 10. But you were not affected by
No.
you weren't impacted by the effects of the spell. Okay.
No.
So Nox can't do anything. That takes us to Hassan.
So, I guess I'm gonna step out through the gap in the fire Cal created.
Gonna step out through the fire and flames.
Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. And
Damn, no hits on that joke.
I'm gonna try to come back over to this section or something and see if I can grab it, I guess.
Okay. So it's a strength check. You're trying to grapple him, and then he's got to roll d20. So again, he fights his way off. He breaks his way out of it. You know, insolent fool. That brings us up to Cal.
Yay! I'm also going to escape the fire and head.
Okay.
So like 10, 15. Can I just like kick him in the nuts? I don't know.
You could use you got like I think you got street fighting or something, right?
Yeah.
Now, if I would like to point out here, if you pull up the quick combat rules and details, there is a box called Dirty Tricks, which includes things like that, like tripping and throwing stuff in their eyes and like sucker punches.
Yeah.
So if
And
you wanna do that, I would say definitely do that.
You might have that. I don't know if you have that. Like if you have street fighting, that includes
I
dirty
do,
tricks
yeah.
like that. Yep.
I do
Okay.
have street fighting. I know I do. I just this man is annoying, and I want to kick Suck's balls.
Oh, yeah,
Balls.
exactly.
Like just anyway, yeah. At that, do I have to roll?
So you're gonna the first thing you're gonna try to do is kick them, right? And then kick them in the jimmies.
Yep.
Okay. So I need it to hit roll. And then you're going, just against the same armor class. That's a critical hit to the jimmies. Critical hit to the jimmies, and then well, let's see. They get to see if they can dodge the dirty tricks. You still land a hit. It's still critical, but let's see. Roll d20. They fail. So
I mean,
it
makes sense that it's a crit in that region.
They took a crit to the twig and berries, and I need you to roll a d100.
To the
I know.
Ball, you could say.
Well, I mean, okay, like, wow, okay, this puts me in a really weird position trying to figure out how to deal with this because it's a critical hit. It's gonna do double damage either way, but do I want to
There-
do like a critical hit on the critical hit chart?
There is the critical hit that really was just opponent receives a shot to the groin, they're incapacitated for D4 rounds.
That's true. That'd be the easiest, just to say that's what happens. So why don't you give me I gotta look up damage because this is a barefisted attack. Boy, I honestly can't remember anybody.
Isn't that just the strength bonus to your melee combat without the actually, like if you have a melee weapon, you add whatever plus your strength bonus? something like
No, because she kicked, so
can't
it's with a she kicked
okay.
him, or they kicked. I'm sorry, they kicked him.
Either or is fine. I don't really care. So
So I need
Okay.
to, because there is martial artist. So let me see how that works. That's a skill, not a spell. That's a spell. I don't want the spells. I want... defensive tactics, combat bonuses, weapon training, street fighting. As per a standard kick. Here we are. So a kick, not a hand strike, is going to be... What's your strength?
my strength is a 10, I believe.
Okay, so you won't get a strength bonus because you're not at least 15. But the kick itself will deliver 1 to 6 points. So roll a 1d6, and then it's going to be double damage because it's...
So 6.
So it's going to be 6 points to the tackle box. Okay, so he doubles over and throws up, basically like hurls chunks, and is looking pretty bad, like weak to the point where he's having a hard time trying to even hold himself up on one arm as he's like holding his package with the other one. And blood's coming out of the corner of his mouth and whatnot. That'll bring us to Thorin. So you got a prone target. You got a prone target in front of you, effectively.
All right.
It's an automatic hit.
15. Well, I'm not gonna try to hit him here, which is the crazy thing. I'm gonna use something out of my inventory.
Okay.
I'm gonna put the man ankles on him.
Oh, okay. You're taking prisoners.
We're taking prisoners.
All right. So you get no struggle there. You get very little resistance, and you're putting the man ankles on Sucks Ball, and you putting both the hand iron, the arm irons and the leg irons.
Yep.
All right. Okay.
Indeed, I am. Oh,
now
on.
you
Okay.
have the matter of the other bodyguard, the undead. Who now, let me see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. They're still hovering around back here. They won't get near you.
They are, but real quick, while he's incapacitated and now, chained up, I would just like to, I'd like to tie him to the pillar, just so he doesn't try to run.
Yep.
I've got
rope. Between all of you, I was going to say, between all of you, I know you've got plenty of rope.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so let's do that. I'm going to move...
Since I can't go towards Knox without him just shuffling undeadly away from me, does one of you guys want to go over and kill him?
I mean, we both could go over.
No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you both. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Like,
might be a better idea than just one
Might
of
be.
us.
Might be.
Considering I could actually do damage, but I am probably not looking too good right now. Hassan's out of spell slots. Right. Wait, I'll let you know that. Never mind.
That bodyguard, Deacon, that won't approach you, but you could probably make your way towards it. It'd be a little bit of a chase, but if
Oh,
they're
okay.
feeling if
Okay.
they're feeling
I see.
beat up, like if they're down on hit points, you might want to. Anybody who's got any healing potions or any healing spells, now's the time to use them.
I had healing spells, but you changed my school of magic.
Yeah, I know. It fit better with your character.
Okay.
So, well, I'll tell you what. For the sake of brevity,
No. I like the spells that I have now.
no. What I was going to say was for
Oh.
the sake of brevity, I'll say that you catch up to the undead. And you dispatch
Oh man, I
them
was gonna do stuff with
because
those.
they were raised with like maybe half their hit points or whatever.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
this way,
The
we
question
don't
is,
have to
if
do
they
the
were-
Benny Hill theme song if you chase them around the whole hall here. Okay, what were you gonna say?
he's not dead. That's well, okay. So I was gonna say, like, does he just stay alive until? Well, not. If Sux is dead, would Nox be alive, or
Yes, because he's
Does
been
not-
raised. He's
okay.
been raised, and he comes back with like half his hit points, and until those hit points are
Okay.
expended again. Yeah, he's just like a zombie, basically. Undead. Okay. All right.
That was my joke from earlier.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right. I would.
So here you are, you know, by now, like, even with all the combat and commotion going on, you know, now that you've got Suxball roped, tied, manacled, and tied up to this pillar, is anybody gagging him, by the way?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, your northern
Oh,
Wisconsin
well.
is really showing there, eh?
We can't really get an answer out of him if we do that.
I mean, why don't we
but
gag
we'll
him?
also stop him spell casting.
Why don't we gag
We've
him
got
for
other
now?
ways. Okay.
Why don't we gag him for now? Because we probably should take a rest anyway,
Yeah.
and he's probably not in a talkative mood at the moment.
No.
We should still keep an eye on him though throughout our rests.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So at the
Unless-
very least, you know, you're probably going to want to rest like an hour because that'll bring all your fatigue points back. You won't get hit points back in that, like again, unless you have mechanisms that can do so, either magical potions, magical artifacts, or spells. Otherwise, what you could do is you could, if you feel safe enough, you could close that door and camp here, you know, overnight. And then you come back full charge in the morning or whatever, or after 8 hours has passed, because now you don't even know what time it is outside.
It might be better to take a rest, take a long rest now, and start doing other things later, because
Yeah.
we just got finished with a difficult battle. We're probably not looking too great. So,
I'd have to agree.
So I'm
I
gonna
guess should we
remove-
just do that? Take turns keeping watch on him, make sure he doesn't try any funny business.
Yeah, we'll take that. Those are dispelled now. Yeah, absolutely. So we're at midnight. We're at almost 5 after midnight, and we could keep going or we could call it here. It's entirely up to y'all. I got pretty good energy.
this
and-
does seem like a pretty good stopping point.
Sure.
It does, but I am also going to deflect that choice onto YouTube because I could keep going.
I'll be honest, I didn't get a ton of sleep last night
Sounds
on
good.
account of the goddamn cat. So
Yeah, gato.
I would not mind calling it here.
All right. Hey, works
Okay.
for me.
Well, you got the dangerous part out of the way. So that's good. You know, you still got some things around here that you need to check out that you haven't really fully looked at. But yeah,
You're
I mean,
kind of busy.
it's a just a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
a
know,
little.
it's you took a prisoner. You didn't adhere. You know, you didn't do the take no prisoners. You know, give no quarter. So that's interesting. We'll see how that plays in. But yeah, it's a pretty good place to stop. So before we do that, let's just kind of go around like we do. I want to ask each person for a low light and a highlight, and then we'll wrap it up from there. So we'll go backwards. We'll start with Deacon in either order: low light, highlight, low light.
I will start with the low light. Um, the low light. Yeah, so that's about it for the low light. As for the highlight, I really like getting to do combat finally. It's been so long, but we've done combat. As for another highlight, I'm gonna do two highlights to make up for my lack of a low light. This is in the almost 8 years that I've had this character. This is the first time I've seriously like used spellcasting.
I think that's a true statement. I honestly
Yeah,
do. You've used magical devices.
I've had spellcasting for 8 years, and I've always thought it was kind of dumb because why say many word when few sword do trick? Um, so, yeah, as it turns out, spellcasting kind of cool.
Can be.
I just cannot wait to test out my new love of spellcasting with my interrogation skill.
Oh my god. Oh no.
I
Oh,
have a
save us
feeling
all.
things are going to get real creative. I have alter gravity. I can like crush things, make them real heavy.
Yeah.
You know how bones work, like when they break.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you might need to read that
Yeah,
spell a little more, but
I probably
um,
do.
yeah,
Anyways,
there's some details in there that
that's
like
it for
keep it
me.
from getting nerfed. Okay. Thank you, Griffin.
Um, I have to agree with Deacon that highlight is an actual combat encounter. Finally, pretty cool, but I'd have to say, at least for me personally, a low light is I underestimated just how unhelpful in a stand-up fight Hassan was going to be.
Well, I mean,
I
it does. I don't
got a
think it
flag.
necessarily has to be that way. And
Interject here with something.
you're interrupting, but if you give me a moment and let me finish what I started to say, I think that there was a lot of thought put in your character when you were developing it, and that's why working together with you, like some of the choices, like your I don't want to give anything away because they're things that you are keeping a secret from the other players about your character that I don't want to divulge, but there are some choices there that you could make. At one point or another, sooner or later, you're going to have to decide whether or not that's to be known. Like that question that I whispered to you, that's one of them, for example. They know you've got like spellcasting abilities, and I guess like if I were really analyzing this, if I were taking a look, I'd have to look at your spells and see. You do have some offensive spells. You also have other things that could really help on the defense, like things that make you immune to surprise. It confers a +2 bonus to initiative. You know,
I did. So, yeah.
like you have a darkness spell, creates a globe of impenetrable darkness, and if a caster can't see through that globe of darkness, guess what? They can't target their victim to cast a spell. You can create an intense light, which also, you know, on the obverse of that can blind. You also have like a hypnosis type of thing. It's called the counter influence of Gemini. It can exert.
That when Deacon started busting out their hypnosis, but it does also specifically state that nor may it be used to cause an individual to cause fatal harm to themselves or others. Like, it specifically says that in the spell description.
Right, but that doesn't necessarily hobble it. It just means you have to come up with creative ways to deter that person. Like, you know, like, okay, so reading it as it is, caster may exert a minor influence on any single individual or creature, forcing the target to save versus wisdom or capitulate to the caster's will. Target could be made to perform an act that might normally run counter to their alignment or demeanor. For example, a greedy person may donate money to the poor, or a suspicious person may suddenly trust the caster. This spell cannot be employed to the effect the reactions of truly hostile, like lawful evil, or worse, or peaceful individuals, lawful good, nor may it be used to cause an individual to cause fatal harm to themselves or others. But they could, like, try to deter their companions. They could try to, you know, there are a number of things that they could do that may be helpful in the heat of the moment in combat. There's also the minor incantation of Mars. This increases your fighting skills, giving you a bonus of +1 or +5%, and gaining a +1 damage for each successful hit. And that lasts for up to an hour. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, duration is 1 minute. 1 minute per level of ability of the caster. So you are 3rd level, and that'd be 3 minutes. And it doesn't seem like a lot, but in combat it is. It's a long time. We don't do combat like old D&D used to do. A round is 6 seconds, and there are 10 rounds in a turn, you know. And then so it gets really crazy. You have misfortune, which can cause, you know, your opponents to miss rolls or have, you know, miss their saving throws. And then you have Will of Taurus, protects the caster from any attempt to magically influence, charm, or use mind control on the caster. So there's some creative stuff there if you start to think about how to use those in terms of an offensive and defensive strategy. Plus, with you have a basic, like, proficiency in a couple different weapons. Whether or not you want to use those, you know, again, that's a choice. But it's something that, like, at some point you're going to have to make a decision, like, and it doesn't have to necessarily be like, screw it, all right, I give up, I stab them, you know. You might find other creative ways to hobble them, like, you know, influence them to give up their weapon. I don't know, just a number of different things like that. So, all right, I think that was it. Like, so I got your highlight, the combat, and then the low light was kind of how you're looking at how your character is in one-on-one. I would just say, you know, take inspiration from, like, I don't know what contemporary shows could compare it to, but there was a show, I think in the 2000s maybe, it was called MacGyver, you know, and he would basically find a paperclip, some bubble gum, and a shoelace, and he comes up with a nuclear weapon, you know, based on the resources that he has. So using your surroundings and using your spells and your tools at your disposal, I think, will help overcome that. Because, again, not everybody has to be a fighter, you know, toe-to-toe fighter. So, All right, thank you. Cal, what do you think? Sarah.
Me. I'm gonna start off with a low light, combination actually. So, um, combat, highlight, low light. I personally like because my characters don't often hit hard. I personally don't enjoy combat more. I understand that it's some people's like favorite thing to do and they really like combat. It's just not my thing. I prefer like, skirting around issues, and that's like I was trying to come up with creative ways to do things, which I know it took a lot of time, and I apologize about that or for that. And then just like also not wanting to take what seemed to be the easier of some of those, like the holy water in the
Oh, it's
fire. Um, and like I said, it's kind of like a combination highlight low light because yeah, I don't know. I also just kind of overthink a lot of it, but it's
Easy to
like
do.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. I'm trying to think because I also like a highlight is just like being able to figure out how to do things creatively and not having to hit hard. Um, I tried making a Molotov.
Yeah.
Because I have wine bottles in my bag, and I was going to use because they're wrapped up in pieces of rug. I was going to use and set it on fire with the walls and chuck them over and hopefully, do some damage, but didn't work. That's fine. I was just trying to think of creative ways around situations, and
Yeah,
tried.
no, that was great. It was good. It's just if it would have been like vodka or like a whiskey, something with a lot of like
Gunner's rum.
higher proof gunner's rum, yeah, something with a higher proof alcohol. Wine is not really super flammable like that, like to make a Molotov. But that's why I was cracking up. I'm like, that's brilliant. That's like what I was thinking, and I can say this after the fact now is that like you just pop that cork and swoosh, put it right on try to douse the flames, with a bottle of that, you probably could have done it. The holy water reacted that way because, if you think about it, it's fundamentally opposed. It's in fundamental opposition to this force of evil. This spell that was cast from an evil cult member, and here you're taking some holy water and you're throwing water against a flame, so it's just a natural fit that it's gonna open up a pathway for you, which is what the three of us I think were struggling with for a little while. They're like, throw the water on it,
Yeah.
And I get it. Like you might look at that as like, oh, that's the easy out. But sometimes, in order to keep things moving along like that, keep the game going, especially on stream, sometimes you gotta, okay, that's an obvious thing. I'm gonna try that. And if it works, great. Because otherwise, then it's easy to get bogged down in indecision or, well, I don't want to do that, but what can I do? I don't really know what I can do, and then you kind of like, then unfortunately I gotta go next. In real life, at the tabletop, when we play in person, I have sand timers. And when people are taking too long, I literally put one up on top of my DM screen and I flip it over. And they can see the sand running out, and I just smile at them. It's like, that's how long you have left to make your decision. And then we go to the next person in the party, because, that's kind of reflective of in the game, like trying to keep it cool, trying to be cool as a cucumber, not lose your temperament and then like think what do I have, what are my tools. And again, this kind of goes back to like, I know everybody's got lives, we all got different things, people are going to school, people got jobs and all that stuff. 5 minutes here and there, take a look at your character sheet and go, oh yeah, I forgot I had this spell, or I forgot I had this tool. Like this, the first time in years Deacon has brought out the manacles, because most of the time he's just hacking and slashing.
I mean, it's also the first time in years I've brought him out, because this is like the first time in years that we've played and had a chance to use them.
Well, like no, I would say yes and no simply because you had a tendency, and we talked about this, you had a tendency to hack and slash. And before we started the campaign, you said, hey, Dad, I'm giving some thought as to how I want to play Thorin differently, this time out of the gate. I want to play him a little more mature. Oh, I can't use that. That's the wrong charger. Okay. I want to play him a little more maturely. I don't want to be so
I'm
hack
struggling
and
with
slash.
that.
I think you're doing okay. I mean, I think everybody here is doing okay. And, if I don't hand out praise enough, I'm sorry. And I definitely don't want to hand out criticism, like if I'm not handing out praise to counter it. But, like, each one of you I see changing and growing as a player, and that's fantastic. Because you're starting to give more thought into the things that you can do and how you can use those different things. I think every player gets to a certain point in time where if they feel like, I can't really contribute anything to the game because I'm not a fighter. It's not all about fighting. Oftentimes it's about using your brains or using your stealth, and indirectly having an impact on the situation in front of you. So, but, with that, I think for me, highlight of the game was seeing those wheels turn and starting to realize, yeah, okay, good, now they're starting to think, like, and there's nothing that will do that more than if you're in dire straits. Like if your character is on the threshold of death and you're getting low in your hit points, I can see those wheels really start to turn, like, oh shit, what do I do? Low light for me was the technical issues again in the beginning and having to take the time to fix those up. I don't know what was going on here, but those macros in your character sheet, Sarah, those were like really pissing me off. Not your fault at all, but because I basically copied out of everybody else's character sheet to get the basic macros down. So I don't know what happened there. And then the thing with the die rolls going funny in the thread, through Roll20, that was a little bit weird, but can't do anything about that but try to move around it, work around it. So, all right, anything else before we wrap up?
I have another highlight. Critting sucks ball in the ball. Just poetic justice, I suppose.
Yeah. That would actually, I guess, make me have another highlight. Just the creation of Sucks Ball.
All right, that was a little cheesy, but it was okay. I'll give you that.
It was a little cheesy, but it provided a joke that lasted throughout almost the entire stream, which, I'd say that's pretty good.
Fair enough.
So, instead of was it the Cult of the Eternal
content? What more can you ask for?
Instead of Keepers of the Eternal Flame, can we call them like the Sucks Ball Cult or something like that?
I don't know about that because they've got to survive throughout the story arc. So, we'll I'll keep that in mind. So, I'll take that under advisement. Isn't that what they say? Isn't that what the attorneys say? I'll take that under advisement, or judges. I'll take that under advisement. All right. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in. Looks like we're down to like 2 viewers now, and everybody here is getting tired. Thank you for watching. We appreciate it. If you got a Amazon Prime subscription, hit that sub button on the channel.
Yeah.
It won't cost you a dime. Keep it for a month. If you don't want to renew, you don't have to renew, but helps us out. We're a small streamer. We're trying to hit our March goal of 6 subscribers.
I was going to say, if you like the stream enough, if you like hanging around here, you can also skip the Prime and go right to a sub. Just a normal subscription, and that would be really appreciated as well.
Yeah, and everything, like we haven't even earned dime one on this yet. We don't get any payout till we reach like a certain number, but like everything that we do goes back into the stream, and will go back into the stream to try to bring you like fresh content every week. Speaking of,
Yeah.
we do this every Friday and Saturday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Central, and then every other Friday we play Dante's games, which is what you watched tonight, and that's 8 p.m. to midnight. So tune in tomorrow night. We're probably going to be doing some work from the bench. Are we going to be doing workbench tomorrow, Deacon? Do you think, or are we going to video game it?
Yeah. Sure. We can do stuff at the workbench. I have to get my camera set up there again.
Oh, okay.
I moved my light all around to try and take some pictures of minis the other night. So
Okay.
I've got to get
All
that
right.
repositioned. But I'm down for a workbench stream.
Okay. So we do kit bashing, miniature painting, and all kinds of other fun stuff. Usually Deacon does Warhammer 40,000 miniatures, and I do fantasy stuff. And then sometimes we play tabletop games. Like last week, we had the pleasure of having both Sarah and Gryphon over Friday and Saturday, and we played card games and board games all weekend and streamed that from the battle zone. Check out our About page. You can get our YouTube link there. I'm 3 episodes behind on uploading the VODs, but all the VODs are available here on our Twitch page. And again, we are Black Dragon Tavern. I'm Dante.
And I'm Deacon.
And we really appreciate you being here. We will be back tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Central. See you then. Good night, everybody.
Have a good